So we're the new kids in town, breaking walls, blowing bridges, and leaving rubble like a wrecking ball. Go ahead, call us outlaws, cause we tear the roof off, yeah. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill ya. Or better run for some shelter, cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the soul, here we go. Put your hands up, cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill ya. There's no stopping us now, we'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the soul, here we go. Put your hands up.
All right, good morning and welcome back to the final day of this 82nd Good Water Ski National Championships here in Bakersfield, California. We are at Ski West out here in the desert, and we are on our last day of skiing, and we take a look at the schedule. We've got men's 3 slalom to start the day off today, women's 4 slalom, women's 3 slalom, and to round the day out on the slalom lake, we will finish up with none other than women's 2 slalom. We got some movement down there on the start dock. Looks like we're getting that Mastercraft Pro Star ready to go, and we will get it up on the water here in just a moment and get underway with our men's 3 slalom event. A lot of big scores in this event just on averages from these skiers, so I'm expecting something huge, a score in the 38, hopefully maybe even 39, so only time will tell. We'll have to see as we get everything kind of rolling this morning. As you take a look, we've got the 3 broadcasts going on today. You've got myself on the slalom lake. Ryan Shipper will be over on Lake 3 calling jump. And if you really want to hear his voice, you can hop over to Lake 1, watch some tricks. Tony Lightfoot, the man, the myth, the legend himself, will be on the call on tricks all day long. So be sure you hop in and get over there and check that out. This men's 3 slalom event will start in about 10 minutes. So just a reminder, I am Zane Nichols. I'll be here hanging out with you. So be sure you hop in the chat. Let us know who you're rooting for, where you're watching from, etc., etc. But right now, we'll hit a commercial break real quick. And when we come back, we will be rolling with men's 3 slalom right after this.
Pennsalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pennsalago.com.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Water Ski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
All right, we are back here. We are on the Slalom Lake. We are underway, and it should be up and rolling with men's 3. We'll have our first skier on the water in just a moment. I am your announcer for today, Zane Nicholson. We just had that Mastercraft Pro Star make a run down the lake for a simulation pass, and it is coming to the dock and going to grab our first skier of the day. It should be Mr. Brett Conway in this men's 3 slalom event, and we'll get it underway. This will be the last day of skiing here at the Nationals for 2024. So, action-packed day today. Looks like we've got about 50 ski rides, so a little bit of a shorter day than we're used to, but I'm still expecting a lot of fun here today. As we get Brett in the water, waiting to get a confirmation from him here for pass number 1 on what he will be starting at. All right, and it sounds like he is starting at 30 miles an hour, 22 off here for Brett. All right, and Brett out of California, so not have to travel very far to make it to the tournament today. Looks like he's got a best on the season of 3 at 34 miles an hour. So let's see what Brett's got as we bring him in past number 1. All right, we see Brett making his way through 3, a little bit down course, but rocking over to 4. Can he get outside of 5? Got to work to get outside of 6 here. I believe he got outside that, so there we go. That's a good opening pass here for our first skier, Brett Conway. All right, as we see on the replay here, this is Brett Conway coming down the lake. Making it through that 30 mile an hour, 22 off pass. So I'm going to get to speed it up to 32 miles an hour, which is not the max speed. The max speed for this men's 3 slalom event is 34 miles an hour. So we'll get him closer to that max speed going up here. See if we can get him through that pass and then maybe take a stab at the top speed for this men's 3 slalom event. All right, here we go. This is 32 miles an hour, 22 off for Brett. All right, here we go. Brett coming down the lake. A little bit broken over out of 3-0 and just losing the handle there. Going down on pass number 2 and a little bit disappointed with that one. I think he was wanting to get through that one and have a stab at 34. Lost a little bit of his speed there at the gate, so when he turned in, he was a bit narrow, which is going to cause him to kind of run down course, really get him probably right here into 2. Yeah, so he got there a little late, narrow. But I still thought he did a pretty good job into 3. Now, when he let go, he got off the handle really early into 3, which caused him to break over at the waist, drop his shoulder a little bit when he turned, and caused him to kind of lose it there on that 3 ball. Okay, but we will be moving right along here in this event. We should have our next skier on the water. It should be none other than Steve Jones. All right. The Jones family skis out of Wisconsin, so I know the whole crew is here. And I believe that is going to be 30 miles an hour on this opening pass at 15 off. So let's see what Steve Jones has as we bring him in for his opening pass. All right, here we go. We've got Steve coming down the lake, getting over to 5 and around 6. So second skier off the water, and that's our second opener that has been made through here in this men's 3 event. So great start to the morning. All right, we see the replay here for Steve. Little down course off of 2 ball. But still looking really strong. And there we go. That was a nice opening pass. So all right, so that was 32 miles an hour there at 15 off. So we are going to be returning back at 34 miles an hour this next pass. All right, here we go. Steve Jones, 34 miles an hour. So this is the max speed for this event. So if he can get through it, we will shorten the rope. All right, big job off of 2. Kind of losing his hands away from him. Going to 3. Can he get outside of 4? Oh, no, and just right inside of 4. So that'll be a 3 at 34 mile an hour count for Steve Jones. As we take a look here at the replay, big 1 ball there. I thought he did a pretty good job. Gets a little separated there going to 2, but watch his hands. You see how they never got connected to his hips, and he kind of got drug and was narrow at the buoy. Okay, and as we've gotten through that second skier, we've got the boat back to the dock to grab our next skier, which should be Cody Sharkey, who should be coming out 32 miles an hour, 15 off here. Cody skiing out of Indiana. Looks like he's got a personal best on the season of 3 at 28 off, so fully capable of taking down the lead and running that next pass. He ran 2 at 28 off at the Midwest Regionals, so see if he can get there into that 28 off pass here, but coming through 32 miles an hour, 15 off. Little separated coming down the lake here. Let's see if he can make a correction there. Nice job there off of 4. All right, we take a look here at the replay. See a little separation here from Cody right as he goes behind the boat, but not giving him any trouble here on this opening pass. Right there, you see those hands get a bit away from him, so it caused him to run with the boat a little bit. But he did a really good job of getting connected right there, so he didn't get towed down the lake quite as much that time. And great job at 5 and getting over to 6. So got him through that first pass at 32 miles an hour. So we now should be speeding the boat up to that max speed. Okay, here we go. Cody Sharkey, 34 miles an hour, 15 off, coming in. Big turn on 1. Can he make a play on 2? Oh, he gets pulled out a little bit around 3. So now he's tied for the lead. He has taken the lead there. And, oh, no, going down a bit early, I do believe. But that will be a new lead here in this men's 3 slalom event with 3.5. At 15 off, 34 miles an hour. So we take a look at the replay here. Big 1 ball there out at Cody. Coming over, gets a bit separated into 2. So going to run a little bit. You see that ski kind of chatter. Then he doesn't bring his hands back. So that caused him to lose his butt a little bit. And they're real separated into 4. So as he goes to make the turn, that ski pushes back on him. And he blows the tail. All right, our next skier on the water is Philip Hayes, and this will be 34 miles an hour, 22 off. So we're getting in here, moving right along. This is our 4th skier in this men's 3 slalom event. And here we go. We've got Philip coming in, looking good. We're halfway through this course. A little bit of a checkup on 4, but not going to give him any trouble as he runs this pass out the gates. So nice opening pass there for Philip Hayes. All right, and this again was 34 miles an hour, 22 off, so that will take your lead. And he's going to get a stab at 28 off here coming back on this next pass. All right, and as we see the end of this replay, we take a look at our live chat. Shout out to my good friend Gary Sandberg in the chat, hanging out in Mount Dora, Florida. Glad you are enjoying all the skiing this week. I've seen you here all week long, so thanks for watching. But right now we've got Philip Hayes, your new leader in this men's 3 slalom event, coming in. This is 28 off. A little bit narrow at the gate. See if it causes him any trouble here as we get down this pass. Little chatter on the ski around 3 over to 4. Can they get outside of 5? Yep. And another successful pass there. So 28 off. So really pushing this lead out. He is your first skier that we are going to see through that 22 off pass. And now he is your first skier of the day to make it through that 28 off pass. So we saw him a little narrow at the gate there, which didn't really bother him at 1, but watch here. He comes up a little short at 2, and the ski's going to push back. He got a little slow turn there. So now that caused him to run a little down course there. He's starting to see the ski push back as we're running with the boat. But he manages the pass, does a great job. And now we're going to get to bring him in at 32 off here. All right, here we go. We got Philip Hayes coming in. He is a California skier. And coming in, this is 32 off. A big turn on 1. Let's see what he can get on 2. A little separated going to 3. Can he get a turn? He sure does. Over to 4. Throwing the ski. And I believe he got outside, so I have to wait to see what the judges give him there. But I'm going to unofficially call it 4 at 32 off. All right, let's see what we got here on the replay. I thought he did a pretty good job here at the gate, rolling through 1. Looks good here over to 2, gives a nice reach. But watch him here. You see how he brought that handle the inside hip, so then he has to check it up and just never got it back connected. So got pulled out a little bit around 3, getting pulled down the lake into 4. But looks like he got the ski outside of 4 and back to the wakes. And by the looks of what his scores are for the season, that looks like a season's best. 4 at 32 off, so great skiing there out of Phillip, catapulting himself into the lead. Your 4th skier off the dock, and that'll be 4 at 32 off. Okay, and we are now on to our 5th skier of the day. And this should be 34 miles an hour, 28 off for the California skier, Mr. Bruce Rucks. First skier today to start at 28 off. All right, Bruce Rucks coming in. This is 28 off. Little late into 3 ball, but let's see if he can manage it around 4. Got a big turn at 3 to make him back up in that one. So great job. He was a bit down course coming to 3. But good job, Bruce, making it through that opening pass. So we should be shortening the rope up here on this next pass and have a chance to try to take the lead. So we see right here, yeah, we got a bit of a slow turn out of 2, and we were a bit late into 3, but big turn there on 3. Gets real connected, does a really good job to 4, and makes up a ton of space and gets back in that pass really quick, really easy. All right, here we go. We got Bruce Rucks coming in 32 off, so needs to get a full 4 to tie for the lead. Loses a little bit of speed at the gate, but nice one ball. A little bit slow out of 2. Looking all right out of 3 over to 4. And there you go. He's your new leader. Can he get through this pass? And yes, he does. So your first skier of the day through 32 off. So we are starting to get into this short line skiing. Bruce Rucks looking great out here. Let's take a look at the replay again. Loses a little bit of speed there at the gate, so going to have a little bit of a delay on 2. Right there, that hand comes high, has a little bitty hitch, but there's a little delay on 2. Now he's down course at 3, but still doing a good job staying connected, going to 4 and getting through that 32 off pass. So now going to give himself a chance to try 35 off. All right, it looks like Bruce Rucks has a personal best this season of 4 at 35 off, so going to be looking to get the start and get down it here. Let's see, can he do it here? Big one ball. Nice job there from Bruce. What can he do off of 2? Handle high out of 2. Can he get on 3? He makes a play on 3 over to 4. Can he get a turn at 4? He does. Come on, Bruce, get over to 5. Throws a ski out 5. Can he get outside of 6? Oh, and just right inside of 6 ball. So that was huge skiing from Bruce Rucks. Getting a season's best there, getting around 5, I do believe. Take a look here at the replay. Gets really good rotation at the gates. It's going to help him get a good start here at 1. Now watch him at 2. We got a little delay. See how those hands come up high and he rolls those shoulders. That causes him to have to eat up that line, pull it up high, but then gets a really good turn here at 3 ball. That was so awesome. Gives himself a chance at 4. Now, does he get outside of 5? Looks like he did. So there you go. 5 at 35 off. He is pushing his lead out here. Your 5th skier off the dock, fifth skier off the dock, and really already getting out to some big scores. All right, that was great skiing there out of your last skier, Bruce Rucks, scoring 5 at 35 off. So pushing his lead out there, putting a big benchmark to clear and adding some pressure to our next skier, who should be none other than John Rooden. Another California skier here coming in. I do believe this is 22 off, 34 miles an hour. So having an extra pass than our last skier did, but here we go. We have got John on the water. Little heavy there off of 4, but not going to give him any fits. And there you go. That's a successful 22 off pass. All right, as we are taking a look here at the replay of this 22 off pass, we'll look up some scores here for John and see what this season has gotten in store. Looks like he's got a handful of scores at 2 at 35 off and a season's best of 2.5 at 35 off. So going to need to get every bit of his season's best out there today if he wants to take the lead. He ran 5 at 32 off at the Western Regionals a couple weeks ago. And we will see if we can get him through this next pass, which will be 28 off, and at least have an attempt at that 32 off pass. But he's probably not even worried about 32 off. He's thinking about getting to 35 and giving himself a chance to challenge for this lead. All right, we are in men's 3 slalom here on Lake 2 here in Bakersfield, California. This is the 82nd Goode Water Ski Nationals, and this is John Rooden on the water. 28 off. Now, he picked his hands up a little high when he stood up at the gate, see if it catches him or causes him any problems in the course. Did a pretty good job there, too. Breaks over at the waist, going to 3. And there you go, 28 off in the bag for John Rooden. See, when he rotates in there at the gate, he could bring his hands to his hips a little bit quicker at the turn. That would help him so he doesn't break at the waist behind the boat. So, big thing there that I'd like to see him do is as he makes that edge change, he lets those hands go really far away. You want to stand up and make your edge change with your hands really close to your hips so that the feet swing. You continue to create space, and then let the hands go out after the ski has swung out from under you and you're ready to start making your turn. That's when you want to let the hands go away and let go. So see if maybe we can make a correction there and make this a little bit easier here on this 32 off pass for John. But we've got the confirmation, got the boat up, and we will be bringing it back in. It'll be 32 off. So we've seen only one skier through this pass today. Can John be the second? Drops the shoulder a little bit out of 1, but still looking good over to 2. Separated into 3. Can he get the turn? Gets a pretty decent turn. Oh, and just barely getting outside of 4. So I'm going to have to call it unofficial 4 at 32 off there for John Rooden. All right, and we see here on the replay, this is John Rooden coming in. You see how separated he is there at 3, caused him to run with the boat. Now, does he get outside of 4 here? I don't know. We'll have to wait to see what the judges give him. All right, so it looks like they gave John Rooden there 4 at 32 off, so not able to take the lead, but putting himself in a tie right now currently for second place.
Harley Wallace, 34 minus 22 confirmed.
Okay, the lead still at 5 and 35 here on the slalom lane. And our next competitor,
All right, up next on the water, we have Harley Wallace. See what Harley's guys, we bring him in. This should be 22 off here. for Harley. Harley skiing out of California. Looks like he's got a season's best 3 at 35 off, so going to need to run more than he has all season if he wants to try to challenge for the lead. All right, we just saw the replay there for Harley Wallace, and we just see it. He was running, that was 28 off, so going to shorten the rope back up, bring him in. It'll be 32 off here up next. Okay, 32 off here for Harley Wallace. California native. Let's see what he can do here. Oh, losing speed there at the gate. Let's see if this is going to catch him at one ball there. A little bit on the tail out of one. A little late into two, but still looking good. Down course off of three, but managing it through this pass pretty well. And there you go. Good job there by Harley getting through that 32 off pass. So going to give himself a chance to challenge for the lead. Going to need to get all the way to 5 ball if he wants to tie for the lead. Take a look at the replay here. Running out of speed. Kind of starting to roll in too soon. And that catches him right there. All right, we see this replay here of Harley Wallace over to 5 and then around 5 over to 6. So getting through it. That's 32 off. So that is the money pass right now so far that these skiers have to run. Let's see if we can get Harley here to break that barrier and make 35 off the new barrier for people to run. But we will pick him up and see what he's got here as we bring him in. This is 35 off. So going to need to get a really good gate here so it gives himself a good play on 1 and 2. Looking a little unsettled again there on the turn in at the gate. Gets a pretty good turn off of 2. Let's see what we can do here at 3. There you go. Get over to 4. Gets outside of 4. Can he get to 5? No, he doesn't. So slotting himself into second place there, and that is a season's best score of 4 at 35 off. If you take a look at the replay, see, losing a little bit of speed, kind of getting a little bit narrow there at the gate turn in. Got a pretty good turn in on 1, though. Pulls long to 2. So here we start to get separated there at 3, so we start running with the boat. Now watch his hands here going to 4. See how high they were, and as soon as he edge changed, he let go. That caused him to kind of get yanked down the lake by the boat. So that'll be 4 at 35 off. He is in second place right now, but still your leader, Bruce Rucks, 5 at 35 off. All right. We just saw our last skier on the water. That was Harley Wallace. He is your 7th skier off the dock here. Just right under taking the lead. So 4 at 35 off for Harley, and we will be moving right along with our next skier. It should be Matthew Allen. All right, Matthew Allen up on the water. Let's see what he's got. As we bring him in, he's doing a one-handed gate here. Big turn on one. Backside and 2-ball looking good here. This is an awesome starting pass. And great, nice opening pass there for Matthew Allen. All right, we see the replay here on that opening pass that should have been 28 off. Getting a little bit pulled over right there, going across the waist. Kind of see him break at the waist. Kind of looking like he might have almost stuffed the tip, but not letting it bother him and getting through that 32 off pass. 28 off pass. And we will be bringing him back in at the 32 off pass. So while we're waiting to get him up, shout out to a couple other people in the chat. Glad that y'all are watching and enjoying the slalom. Big thing I try to do is to try to show the skiers what's going on. Maybe we can learn a little something while we're watching slalom and get better with your own skiing at home. So thank you guys for hopping in and checking it out. But right now we've got 32 off. That is a one-handed gate. This is Matthew Allen. And this is 2-ball on 32 off and looking good. Let's see if he can keep this pass rolling here, staying nice and early around 4. Creates tons of space. 5. This was way better than that opening pass. So I think maybe you might have been a little nervous on that opening pass, just trying to get through it. I know a lot of times you get to these tournaments and that first pass is the hardest one because you just got to keep everything settled. Don't ski too hard. Don't over-ski it. And that might have been what we had seen there from Matthew. All right, as we see this replay, his one-handed gates are pretty nice. It's getting that ski to dive back in on 2-ball. Just kind of the swing that he's taking, really giving himself a lot of angle through the gates and getting him a good swing to start. So Matthew Allen, another one of these California competitors. So I'm not sure. We've only had like one skier outside of the Western region here in this men's 3 event. But Matthew Allen, the California skier, making it through that second pass. Should have been 32 off. All right, here we go. Matthew Allen, 35 off. Going to need to get a good start here and gets a big 1-ball. Can he get a good 2? He sure does. Unloads a little heavy into 3, but see if he can still work through 4. There we go, through 4, around 5. Can he get outside of 6? Yes, he does. And he is your first skier through that blue loop, that 35 off, or 40 feet of rope line length. So take a look at the replay here. Really rotates those hips at the gates, which gets him to get that ski to dive in there. You see how it turns for him there. That's a lot off from the gate. Now watch here into 3. He unloads really quick. Boom, goes straight to that reach. Ski did not like that. Kind of caused him to run down course. That's why you're seeing him run here. Brings the hands to the inside hips. Has to make a bit of a checkup. That's where you're seeing that kind of that break over at the waist there. But getting through 35 off and giving himself a chance at 38 off. He has taken the lead. Looks like he ran 1 at 38 off at the Western Regional, so would love to duplicate that. Maybe get a play on 1, get over to 2. If he can hit his gate the same way he's been hitting it, I think he'll get a pretty good 1 and actually get a look at 2. But we'll see as we get him up on the water, bring him around the turn island, and he's coming back into the course now. So this is 38 off, guys. This is men's 3 slalom. Let's see what Matthew Allen's got as we bring him in. This is 38 off. Gets a big play on 1. Can he get around 2? Yes, he does. Over to 3. Can he get outside 3? Sure enough, he does. Can he get to 4? Look at him go. Oh, my gosh. Can he get outside of 6? Yeah, he does. All right, so we saw him there. He was getting pulled down the leg, broken over at 5-ball, but brute strength keeping him over the ski. I thought he had a really good start there, a good 1-ball. And right there, you see, he starts to let those hands get away. Getting separated. So I'm taking a look at the scores, and oh my gosh, how he hung on to that, I have no idea. But brute strength, that was 35 off, so making it through it, that might be maybe one of the biggest hits that I think we have seen all weekend. I don't know how the heck Matthew was able to hang on to it, but he must eat his spinach and definitely doesn't miss a single day of arms when it's workout day, but gets himself through. So that was 35 off, ladies and gentlemen. So he is your new leader. Now this is 38 off. Going to have a chance to challenge his season's best of 1.5. Let's see. Can he get a good start here at 1? Got off the handle a little early at 1. Can he get outside of 2? Throws the ski outside of 2. Hang on there. Oh, no. And I was giving him a compliment on being the world's strongest man, and he was there at 5-ball. But not able to do it 2 times in a row in that set. So that's going to be 1.5 at 35 off. That is a half a buoy better than he did at regionals. As we see here, he gets off the handle a bit early, kind of having to wait till he gets outside till he gets to the buoy to start that turn. And then there, I'm not really sure why he grabbed with both palms down. I would think he would try to grab it with that other hand, rotate it upside down like he normally pulls, and put himself into a stronger position to hang on to it. But still, he is your new leader. That is a score of 1.5 at 38 off for Matthew Allen, the California boy. And great skiing there from Matthew. All right, and as we are getting here rolling through that men's 3 slalom event, be sure to check out the other legs. I know right now as we speak on Lake 1, we have got Erica Lang out there ripping it up on her trick skis. So that open women's trick event going on here. I know we're getting ready to roll into open men's trick. So great skiing going on over there on Lake 1 with Tony Lightfoot on the call. Also, the jump event up and rolling. Ryan Shipper got the call over there on that jump lake, so be sure to check out jump if you would like to watch that. But right now, we are in men's 3 slalom. I know everybody here is probably a slalom nerd like me and is having a ton of fun. All right, here we go. This is our next skier. We're going to bring him in. This is Matt Byrne. Saw his daughter, Addie, out there ripping it up in the junior event earlier this week. So great to see Matt out here skiing in the Nationals. This is a family sport. Water skiing is. It's great to see several generations of people here competing. So great opening pass there for Matt Byrne. As we take a look in the chat, shout out to CC Brown rooting on your last skier, Matthew Allen. He said he's making Chico and the Ridge proud, so great skiing there. Congratulations, Matthew Allen, on a big score of 1.5 at 38 off. And thank you for watching CC Brown. So as we take a look here at the replay, this is Matt Byrne. Pretty sure he skis out of that eastern region. Trying to pull up some scores here for Matt. So, yeah, Matt skiing out of Connecticut on that East Coast. Looks like he has run a bunch of halves at 38 off, gotten a full one at 38 off this season. So going to need to get that full one and over to 2 if he's going to want to try to take the lead. Appears that he ran 2.5 at 35 off at the regionals a couple weeks ago. But he is rolling through this 28 off pass on pass number 2 and looks a little more settled here on this one. I don't know if he's not normally used to starting at 22 off or if he had a little bit of nerves going on there with it being the U.S. Nationals, but nice job there for Matt getting through this pass. And that was a really nice one ball there for Matt. See, a little bit separated there going to 2, so going to cause him to start running with the boat. But there, bringing that handle, that inside hip. So you see him having to make a little bit of a check. It's not as prevalent because it is 28 off. But as he shortens the rope, if he starts bringing that handle, that inside hip, you're going to see that ski kind of check on the tail like you did there. And it'll make him a bit slow. All right, and I just looking down at my phone, I got another text from somebody who was pretty pumped about Matthew Allen skiing. Marcus Brown over in the HO booth. I know they've got that TV up and running, and he is throwing a shout-out to his neighbor, Matthew Allen, pointing out that that dude is one of the strongest dudes he knows, and I agree with you, Marcus. He has to be. How he held on to that 5 ball at 35 off and was able to, A, hold on to it, but B, get over to 6 and run the pass, I have no clue. So we're glad you're enjoying the webcast over there, Marcus. And right now we got Matt Byrne, the skier out of Connecticut. This is 32 off. Now a little bit down course here as we're getting to 5 ball. Oh, needing a big turn. You see there another big 5 ball that our skiers having to hang on to, but Matt getting through that one. Take a look here at the replay. See if we can see what is going on with Matt here. That was an awesome looking gate in 1, but you see those hands are really separated on the backside of the buoy. To me, I'd like to see him bring those hands a little bit more across his body. So if he's turning 1 ball, he's going to try to bring that left hand to his right hip and vice versa on the other side. That way the ski will move up under the rope just a tad bit better. And then he'll be in a little bit better turned pulling position to get cross-course angle. So hopefully he can get that done here. We got him through 32 off. So this is 35. This is what you've got to run this pass if you want to challenge for the lead. Set by Matthew Allen. And okay, this is 35 off. Big thing we want to see really getting wide on the gate, and when you turn in, we really got to rotate our feet, get our ski all the way turned so we get a good swing out towards 1, not straight to 1. It's a little narrow here at the gate. Let's see if it gets him here at 2 ball. Dropping in the back seat a little bit. There's that little delay off of 2. Now we're down course. Can we get off of 4? Sure enough, big turn at 4. Howie held on to that one too. So these guys are able to hold on to some big loads off the buoy and unable to get through 35 off. But That will be 4 at 35 off there for Matt, so pretty good skiing. Only a couple of buoys off of his season's best. Let's take a look here at the replay. See, he's down course out of 3. Gets separated there into 4. And then those hands, never getting those hands back to the hips. So kind of getting pulled down the lake, but making it through that pass.
Matt Filmore, 34 minus 2E, yellow confirmed.
All right, next up on the water, we've got Matthew Filmore. This is men's 3 slalom. Trying to see what he started at here. All right, nice looking opening pass there for Matthew Filmore. All right, here is the replay for Matthew Filmore. He is your skier out of Tennessee. Maybe one of them Tennessee nasty boys. Looks like he skied 2 at 38 off at a tournament earlier this season. So able to get down that 35 off pass and challenge for the lead. All right, that was 28 off for Matthew Filmore. We'll be bringing him back in 32 off here for the Tennessean. See what Matthew's got. Bring him in. Pass number 2, big 1 ball, riding that Denali water ski if I am not mistaken. Yes, he is. Has a little bit of a different look to that ski than most skis, but Matthew making it look really good under him right there as he works his way through 32 off. All right, as we see this replay here, big 1 ball. That ski just sliding up under him, and that was super textbook there on the opening pass. Sorry, that opening buoy. And then there we go. Slams 3. Now he's on top of this entire pass. Super early into 5. See, gets a little bit separated there. Swings his feet a little quick. So a little narrow there at 5 ball, but nothing too major to really be worried about. And nice second pass there for Matthew Filmore. So now 35 off. We're going to have a chance to get through that money pass. Needs to run this next pass if we want to have a chance to try for the lead. All right, here we go. This is 35 off for Matthew Filmore. Needs to get a good gate, good start here if he wants to get down this pass. Let's see if he can do it. Gets off the handle real early into 1, so now he's going to have to work in this pass. See what he can do here at 3. Oh, and popping the ski tail out of the water. And I'm going to say a lot of that came from that start, just getting off the handle real early here. Take a look at the gate. turns in, hits it a little hard on the pull, so he unloads kind of heavy and quick, having to kind of get stuck there with his hands off the handle for just a split second, and now he's kind of moving a little faster than he would like, and here he does the same thing at 3, and when he goes to push that ski, just doesn't have it up under him and blows the tail. So little bit of a bummer there for Matthew Filmore. Not going to be what he was looking for, as he's only going to get 2.5 at 35 off. But we are moving right along in this men's 3 slalom event. This upcoming skier will be your 11th skier off the dock for the day. And it is none other than Mr. Ryan Sawyer. All right, and we are just seeing the replay here for Ryan Sawyer. That should have been the replay for 28 off, so he should be coming back in here at 32 off. So here we go. We got Ryan Sawyer coming in. This is 32 off. See what he's got here as he rolls in. Big turn on one. Unloading really heavy there into 3-ball. Let's see if it catches him here. He's down course out of 4 because of it. But making his way through that pass. Not leaving himself much room to spare, but getting through it. So now we're going to get to shorten the rope up and bring him back in, 35 off. So look here. One's not too bad here. Looking pretty good across in the wakes. Gets a little separated there too. Now watch his hands. He's going to unload really heavy right there. The hands get pulled away. He lets go real fast. And now he's running with the boat, but managing it really well and getting through that 32 off pass. So now let's see if Ryan can be only our second person of the day to get through 38 off. Sorry, 35 off here and get a chance to try 38 off. All right, we've got Ryan on the water, skiing out of California. He's got a season's best of 1.5 at 38 off, so going to need that if he wants to tie for the lead. Gets a pretty good one there. Let's see what can he do off of 2. Little down course out of 3 and over to 4. Can he get to 5? Needs a big turn. Oh, no, and just going over the tip, unable to get that big turn that he needed to run that pass. So still, we only have one skier that has been able to get through this 35 off pass. And, look at this gate. He rotates in really good at 1, or at the gate into 1. Gets a good turn on 1. Now, there you start to see the hands get away, but watch him at 3. Gets super separated, unloads super quick. See how the hip stays back because it doesn't get pulled up because the hands go away. Same thing there into 4. So that's caused him to really run with the boat. Now he's at 5 needing to crank a turn, but he got his hands away from him, so his hips are back. So he was trying to push with the upper body to get the nose of the ski to turn, and that's usually what happens is we break over at the waist and we fall down. So not quite able to get through 35 off. So that means Matthew Allen will still be on the lead. Okay, here we go. We got Roger Larson next up on the water. This should be 28 off for our next skier. All right, looking good as we're rounding 2 over to 3. Just a formality for this skier as he's making his way through this opening pass. 28 off. Try to pull up some scores here for Roger. We just saw our previous skier, Ryan Sawyer, get in, have a chance to got down that 35 off pass, all but ran and got over the 5-ball and just fallen over rounding 5. So we will see if we can get Roger Larson through these next couple passes and get a crack at 38 off. All right, Roger Larson, another one of this California competitors, so taking full advantage of it being out here in the desert. And here we go. We got Roger Larson coming in. This is pass number 232 off, so has a season's best of 2 at 38 off. Got a little bit of an unheavy load into 2, which caused him to run with the boat there at 3, but I think he got back on top of that pass and not letting him bother him at all. So 32 off in the books there for Roger. Right, we see in our live chat, we got Rich Storley. He was your slalom champion. I believe that was men's 4 slalom, so huge skiing out of him. No, sorry, that was men's 5 slalom. I had men's 4 slalom couple days ago, so great skiing out of Rich Storley. Glad to see you here in the chat, rooting on your skier. Big lean there going to 5 ball, making up some space that he had otherwise lost at the start of the pass, and good job getting through that 32 off. All right, here we go. Roger Larson, a little funky coming into 1 ball there. Let's see if he can manage it out of 2. And going down early and frustrated there with that set. I have to take a look. I looked up as he was coming through the gates and did something a little weird going into 1. Let's see if we can see here. Looks like he hit the gate pretty good, but off the handle really, really fast, so he comes up short into 1. Has to almost double pump, and then now he's needing a big turn and just pushing too much, trying to do it all at 1 spot. The big thing for you guys watching at home with slalom is you can make up ground, but you're not going to do it all at 1 spot, and you're definitely not going to do it all at 1 turn. You've got to do it behind the boat. The way that you pull behind the boat is what makes those turns really massive. So instead of pushing that ski, trying to get it to turn harder, you should try to pull more straight across to get the ski to go out and want to dive back in. All right, we are moving along here. It is men's 3 slalom. It is about 9:10 in the morning local time here in the desert. It is starting to warm up here. This is the final day of the U.S. Water Ski Nationals. All right, we had our next skier on the water. That was Benjamin Harwood. We'll take a look at the replay of his opening pass. This is 28 off on this opening pass here for Ben. All right, we got Benjamin Harwood on the water. This should be 32 off here. Ben skiing out of California, another one of these men's 3 competitors that decided they were going to come to the Nationals because they were so close. Here we go, Ben making his way through, 32 off here, looking really good. That was nice and early, nice tidy 32 off pass. So looking at some scores here from Ben, looks like he's got a handful of 3 at 38 off. So several scores this season into 38 off. So got through 32 off here as we take a look at the replay. Looks really good on this second pass. Now going to put himself into position to try to challenge this lead that was set by Matthew Allen about 5 skiers ago. Okay, Benjamin Harwood coming in. This is 35 off. All right, hitting that one-handed gate. Let's see if he can get a good roll in here. Big 1 ball. Over to 2. Nice play on 2. Let's see what he can do here at 3. Looking good over to 4. Big pull over to 4 to get him there nice and early. And, man, what a tidy 35 off pass. I'm not even sure they shortened the rope in the boat. So that looked really, really nice, really smooth, making that 12-meter 35 off pass look just the same as the 32 off as we take a look at the replay. All right, we see him slams 1 ball. Really good job there. Got a little bit separated at 2, so you see that little bit of slack. Now here he gets a huge pull over here. Watch the angle he creates here. Look how early he is at 4. Super early. That was a great job there, staying on top of that pass. I think once he made that turn at 4, he kind of knew he had it in the bag. Just needed to stay over the ski, get around 5 ball, and outside of 6, and there you go. Your next skier. This is only the second skier of the day through that 35 off pass. So great skiing out of Ben here. Let's see if he can get a stab at, needs to get a full 2 if he would like to take the lead away from our leader. But I think he's more worried about setting a score that'll be tough to beat for our last handful of competitors. We got 7 more skiers after Ben, so trying to get himself into medal contention. Big 1 ball. Can he get over 2? He does. Makes a play on 2. Oh, and blows the tail. So we have got a tie for the lead right now. Ben Harwood, 1.5 at 38 off, will go into a tie for the lead with Matthew Allen, another California skier. See here, Big one. I thought he got a really good play here. Now watch his hands, though. See how he lets his hands get away and rolls his feet really fast into two, causing him to feel like he's got to drop that shoulder and just turn in too hard there. I thought with that gate in one, he actually had a start to get him pretty far down that path. He's just got to work on, especially as a lefty, keeping those hands in. Definitely the right arm needs to stay locked in on that life jacket close to the hips as he's going out to 2 and 4. That was kind of where he was losing ground there, but great skiing out of the California native, Ben Harwood. All right, next up on the water, this is 28 off. This is Jarvis Steele coming in, making his way through the opening pass. Looking good, riding that LaPointe water ski. Haven't seen many of those skis here this weekend, but everybody that's riding them, they look phenomenal. I know Chris doing a great job building that water ski, and you can see why it looks so good. I mean, Chris has worked really, really hard, and these skiers are skiing great on it. As we take a look here at the replay on the opening pass for Jarvis Steele. Looks like I got a question in the chat from Jeff asking about an explanation for running with the boat. So let me see if we can get something where it happens so you guys at home can see it as well. But kind of what happens is they're swinging through the wakes, and you start to run the boat. If you let your feet swing too quick, the ski doesn't go all the way out and carry its speed and go out. It kind of rolls to the inside edge, which then makes you go. You're going down course instead of across course. A lot of slalom is ran, left and right, not up and down the lake. So when you start running with the boat, you're not swinging up as high up on the boat as you would like to, which is then causing you to go down course. You can't get as tight of turns because you're not going to have that same swing out and back in. But we'll find something here in just a moment, and I'll show you what I mean. But that is kind of a brief synopsis of what I mean by running with the boat. Now, Jarvis is doing a really good job of keeping those hands in so that ski swings out so it wants to dive back in on him. So great job there. Staying on top of that pass, skiing nice and wide on that boat, and looking good on pass number 2, which should have been 32 off. All right, you see big one ball there from Jarvis as he rounds 2. And there, you see how early he is. He's moving a little bit down course, like he's not backsideing the buoys like maybe he was at one ball, but he's still keeping with the pass. Like there, you're starting to see him kind of run with the boat there. So this next pass, we'll start catching him, probably seeing his arms get a little bit away from him. As the line gets shorter, we start thinking we need to slow down faster, and the quickest way to slow down is to let go of the handle. All right, there you go. We got him up. So this is 35 off. This is the last length the rope reaches the buoys. Big one ball there, but getting pulled up a little bit into 2. Now he's going to start running with the boat. There we go. Watch him at 4. Down course, that ski starts pushing on him. A lot of times when you see that ski chatter, that's because it's moving down course, not across course. And you try to start pushing on it with all that speed, the ski does not like the pressure, so it starts giving a push back. But right here off of 2, you see he gets pulled up there, and now he's really running with the boat. That ski doesn't want to turn. A lot harder when it's moving down the course to get it to turn. Much, much tougher, but there we go. We see half buoy there around 4. So probably wanting a little bit more there out of that slalom score, but still good skiing. 3.5, 35 off for Jar of Steel. So we have got 6 skiers remaining. I'm your announcer here on the Slalom Lake. My name is Zane Nicholson. I've been here with you all week long. We are in our last 6 competitors in this men's 3 slalom event, and then we will go right into women's 4. So tons of slalom going on today. It is the last day of the Nationals, but it is still full of action. So be sure to hang out with us all day long. Don't miss a moment of the skiing as we look to the running order to find our next skier that will be on the water. Skiing out of Michigan. So the Michigan boy hopping in here, and it should be Pete Shoemaker. So waiting to get a confirmation on what Pete will be starting at. Okay, here we go. This is Pete Shoemaker coming in past number 1. Looks like, if I am not mistaken, just from watching a bunch of slalom this week, that looks like 28 off. So waiting to get a little bit of confirmation, and there we go. We just got it. That was 28 off. So 28 off there, first pass for Pete. Take a look here at the replay on this opening pass for Pete. Looking really good. All right, we got Pete Shoemaker on the water, back up on the water. This is 32 off. We are in our 6th-seated skier here in this men's 3 slalom event. So he comes in, gets a good one, looking good around 2. See, he's backsideing these buoys, not letting the boat pull him down the course, and looking nice on that Odin pass. That was a tidy 32 off pass. All right, we take a look at the replay here. Backside and 1 ball there. Over to 2. Look at how much angle he's creating behind the boat, which is keeping him so early on top of this pass. There, backside's 3. And he was on top of this pass the whole way. Never in doubt. All right, so that was 32 off. So now we're going to get to shorten the rope up for 35. We have only seen 2 of our competitors so far today make it through this 35 off pass. Pete, been through 35 off tons and tons and tons of time this season. Got a season's best of 4. let's see what we can do as we get Pete Shoemaker on the water. 35 off. Needs to get a good start here at the gate. Looks like he got a good turn in. Can he keep with it? A little broken over going to 2. Now he's going to have to work going to 3. He is running down course. Needs a big turn. Oh, my gosh. And just getting over the tip. Feeling like he might go out the front and popping the handle. Not going to be happy with that one. And again, this 35 off loop is giving some of our skiers some trouble. I thought he had a real good gait here. Does pretty good into 1, but he never gets his hands back to his hips, so he starts to break over at the waist going to 2. And now he's just trying to catch up, getting pulled, yanked down course. There you see when he rotates in at 3 ball, he doesn't bring the hands back to his body. He just rotates the upper body, reaches for that handle, and as he loads up, it drops his butt back, takes the hands away from him, and he is unable to get out of that pass. So just a little bit of body mechanics there. Big thing when you make that reach, and we've kind of talked about it all week. You want to see the skier reach their hand out here, but it wants to come back across the body. There, he left his hand out, rotated in, and that drives the butt backwards. He's unable to make the turn and gets over that tip and gives himself that sensation that he might go out the front. So popping the handle a little early there for Pete. So we are now into our top 5 skiers. We're getting ready to figure out where the medal contention is. If any of these 5 skiers runs 1.5 at 38 off or less, we are going to have some free skiing. But right now, we're going to hit a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with these top 5 skiers right after this.
See you in Vienna. Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Lake 2. This is Old Men's Slalom, a.k.a. Men's 3 Slalom. This is where these guys get to slow that boat down and go old man speed. So we are here at 34 miles an hour. We have got our last 5 skiers in this event. I'm going to be honest, I'm just kind of giving these guys a hard time because I'd be completely honest. I've only got 5 more years, and I can't wait till I get to be in this Men's 3 Slalom event, slow that boat down, get to go 34. My body will thank me when I get there. But right now we're in our top 5 skiers, and it is Ryan Seltzer will be your next skier up on the water. Okay, let's see what he's got as we bring him in. This will be pass number 1. This will be Ryan Seltzer, and I believe Ryan coming in at 32 off here, so getting started right away, not taking any time. Not taking the scenic route to get there either. Going to run this pass and then straight into 35 off. So there we go. We've got Ryan Seltzer through his opening pass, 32 off. And we will be shortening the rope up to 35 off here in just a moment. All right, as we see here on the replay for Ryan. All right, good-looking opening pass here for Ryan. Now, looking at some scores, looks like he's got 2 scores into 39 off, and the rest of them are into 38. Scored 2 at 38 off at the Western Regionals, so going to need every bit of that if he's going to want to take the lead here today. All right, and while we're waiting to get him up on the water, shout out a couple more people in the chat. Chip Kimball, watching from Prague. Thank you for tuning in. And Tevin Gilbert, I want to know where you're at. You're one of these top skiers in this Men's 3 Slalom event, so we are missing you here, Tevin. But right now you've got on the water Ryan Seltzer. This is 35 off, so we are right down into the thicket of things as we are getting through this pass. Looks like he's going to be your third person of the day through 35 off, and sure enough, I believe he is. All right, so getting right to it and running through that 35 off pass as we see here on the replay. Looking good there as he makes that turn off of 1. Look at how much space he's created into 2, so he's nice and early there. Is he in the same spot here at 3? Yep, sits waiting on 3. That way the ski can turn. And this is a solid-looking 35 off here for Ryan Seltzer. Okay, so 35 off in the bag. That means we are going to have a crack at the lead. We haven't seen anybody really take a stab at it, except for Benjamin Harwood, since Matthew Allen did it about 40 minutes ago. So let's see. Ryan Seltzer coming in. Going to need a big start here. Can he get it? Big 1 over to 2. Can he get a play on 2? He sure does. Now trying to run this pass to set it. Big score for these top skiers. Can he get outside of 5? He does. Can he get to 6? Big pull. And there you go. Ryan Seltzer, he is your first skier through that 38 off pass today. That was awesome skiing there. Got a really wicked start and then just managed the pass after that. So really good skiing there from Ryan. So we see this 1 ball. Look, attacks 1. Hits a really strong play to 2. Knows he needs a full 2 to take the lead, so gets the big pull to 3. And I'd say he tries to stay over his feet here, which he does. Gets a pretty good turn. Kind of brought the handle to the inside hip there at 3. Same thing at 4. That's why you're seeing that ski go to the tail right at the back side of the turn. 5 ball did a great job. That was very efficient. Needed the turn. Needed to be efficient there to get over to 6 and did a great job pulling there. So now we're going to get a crack at 39 off. All right, 39 off. We've got Ryan Seltzer. He is your leader, but trying to push this lead out. Going to try to be your gold medal winner. Big 1 ball here. Can he get over to 2? Going to need a big pull. Throws the ski. Gets outside of 2, and there you go. 2 at 39 off. That's a huge score for your 5th seeded skier here, Ryan Seltzer. All right, we see here on the replay, getting rolled in at the gate. That handle coming to that inside hip, which is causing him to make that little bit of a slow turn. The reason that he's on the tail when you bring that handle to the inside hip, it is behind your body and ski, and your body and your ski are in between the handle and the boat, so you really can't pull. So what happens is the skiers have to move their hands up to get it to the other side. That's where you kind of lose angle, and then you got to reset it, and you get going too fast across course. But Ryan did a great job getting the 1, making sure he got the full 1, then pulls over to 2 and guarantees himself full 2 buoys at 39 off. So guaranteeing himself a medal here with that score. Definitely can get no worse than 5th place here in this men's 3 slalom event. All right, our next skier on the water is Tim Baker. We are in men's 3 slalom. He is your 4th seeded skier. He is riding that flat ski, the Denali, and looking good on it as he makes his way through that opening pass. Shout out Dale Bloodgood in the chat watching from Virginia. Hope you are enjoying this men's 3 slalom event. I'm glad to be here with you announcing this event. And thanks for hopping in and letting us know where you're watching from. As you are seeing right now on the replay, this is Tim Baker. And looking good here as he attacks on one. Big turn on two. That was a textbook 2-ball turn. And looking good here. All right. And Tim Baker starting at 32 off. So that would have been 32 off there. So now we're going to be shortening the rope up to 35 off, and we're going to bring him in, give him a chance to try to get through that 35 off pass. We have seen a ton of skiers kind of struggling with 35 off. We only had 2 get into 38, but then your previous skier, Ryan Seltzer, just stomped 38 off, got 2 at 39, so that might uncap it here in this event. Check out that 1 ball there, though, from Tim. As we're watching, this is 35 off here. Man, he's nice and early there on the start of this pass. Looking good around 5 and over to 6. And that looked like another 32 off pass, but it wasn't. It was 12 meters. They shortened the rope up on him. So great looking skiing there for Tim. I'll have to take a look at the replay. See, check out the gate in 1 here. Rolls in, does a really good job of the gate, but watch this turn right here. Such a sick onside turn. Now, the one thing I would be kind of thinking about just as we start to shorten that rope is that 1 ball is really big. So is 3 there. He is strong at turning it, but sometimes as a lefty, you can turn too hard at 1, 3, and 5, and it be a big problem for us on our 2, 4, 6 side to make that ski turn. Haven't seen that happen to him yet, but that might be something to watch just if he gets another huge 1 ball. We just want to make sure it's not too heavy too soon. That way you get a good pull behind the boat and get your feet to swing nice and smooth. But here we go. This is 38 off. Got to run this one if he wants to challenge for the lead. Anything more than 1.5 guarantees himself a medal. Big 1 ball. What can he do here into 2? A little slow off of 2. Now he's got to work into 3. Big 3. Loses his hips off of 3. Wow, how is he hanging on to these? Can he get around 5? He does. No way. He's going to run this pass. Oh, my God, no. And he just loses the handle. He needs to go watch that open men's slalom event and take some notes. Terry Winter took one at 39 yesterday, got out the wakes, and needs to learn to flick that rope up here. But take a look. How in the heck did he get down this pass? I mean, I thought the start was killer right here. Slammed 1 ball, looking really good. Now watch him into 2. See that handle comes to the inside of his body, so he gets a little slow check up there at 2. So now he needs a big turn and doesn't get the hands back to him. Same thing here at 4. Hands don't come back to the hips. So now he's just holding on, getting yanked down the leg. Big turn, slams that turn, throws the ski. But what I'd like to see him here is he needs to get the ski under him and think about flicking that rope out to eat up the slack. He was trying to pull the rope up and over his head to eat up the slack. That is not the way to do it. You want to get your feet up under you, and then you want to flick the rope straight up in the air to get the slack point higher, where you can see it, and you'll make it. It's almost like you'll kind of start noticing that it's almost like you never take a slack hit ever again. But that was some strong skiing out of our skier, Tim Baker. And I don't know, he was basically cooked at 3 ball and got himself all the way down the lake, got a round 6 ball, and I mean all but ran that 38 off pass. All right. Our next skier up on the water out of Washington State. This is Travis Feldhedger. Let's see what he's got as he's rocking through this 28 off pass. So electing to take a little bit more of the scenic route, if you will, compared to our last couple of skiers who started directly at 32 off. But I'm also a big fan of warm-up passes, so I kind of like to see that, we're taking that extra one, not getting too into our hardest pass too early. But Travis looking good here, riding that Syndicate water ski. I know I was talking to him yesterday, saw him around the bank. I know he won men's 3 trick yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to him there. Would love to add a men's 3 slalom title to his belt as well. And he did. He won men's 3 trick yesterday with a score of 39.90. So almost there at that 4K mark. Congratulations to him on the trick event. All right, let's see what Travis has got here as we bring him in. This is 32 off. That hair flowing in the wind. Looking really good as he's rounding 2 over to 3. And there we go, 32 off in the bag. So now we're down to these harder passes. Like I said, we have seen 35 off give a few of our skiers some fits, but these last couple skiers that we have been through 35 off. We saw Tim Baker basically run 38 off, but unable to get out the gates. All right, Travis is up. This is 35 off. Going to need to run this one. This one was giving people trouble, but this one should be just another formality for these skiers. Ski pushing back on him a little bit at 3 ball. Needs to settle in a little bit. Can he make his way around 5? He does. Okay, so Ski started pushing on him at 3. Looking like he might have almost blown the tail, but not letting it bother him too much and getting through that pass. So now going to get to take a stab at 38 off. All right, we're seeing the replay here for Travis at 35 off, getting through it. All right, here we go. We got Travis coming in. This is 38 off. The lead is 2 at 39. Got to run this if he wants to challenge the lead. A little slow off of 1. What can he do here at 2? Needs a big turn off of 2. I think he might have gotten it. Looking good around 4. over to 5. Can he get outside of 5? There you go. He gets around 6. Hold on there, Travis, and out the gates. So there's your second skier of the day through 38 off. So Travis Feldhedger making his way through 38 off, 11 meters at Violet Loop. And this was not the best start. You see him bring that handle to the inside of his body. So now he's kind of having to work, but right there gets a super good onside turn there on 2. Works really good out of 3. See how efficiently he brought the handle in, got it to that outside hip, so he just left 3 balls super quick. That put him back in that pass. Now needs a turn here, gets it, and gets a big pull over there to 6. So going to have a chance to challenge the lead. Really going to want to get a good start here so that he can make a play on 2 and get to 3 ball. All right, here we go. We got Travis coming in. 39 off. 2 is the lead. We want to see him get a good gate here, get a good start at 1. Get down this pass. Let's see what Travis got as he comes in, unloads a little heavy at 1, but good turn at 1. Make a turn on 2. Come on, Travis, get over here to 3. Throws the ski outside at 3. Can he get the S-turn? Yes, he does. And great skiing there for Travis, putting himself into the lead. 3 at 39 off with 2 skiers left. And that's a tough score to beat. I think if you watch it here from everybody at home, this 1 ball was awesome. He should have probably gotten a little further than he did at 2, but he didn't quite get as much angle as he would have liked to have had going across to 2. He needed to keep turning his body. He kind of got turned, didn't keep turning, so he didn't get to 2 ball as quick as he would like to. But I still think that 1 ball was a 1 to maybe run that pass. But still, great skiing there from Travis, getting 3 at 39, putting himself in the lead and giving himself a really, really, really good chance to possibly take home this gold medal in this event. So Travis had gotten to 4 ball this season. Like you said, I think if he had been a little bit smoother on that transition and edge change out to 2, I think he could have gotten past that 4 ball there, maybe even run that pass because he had a killer gate and a killer start there at 39. But setting himself up to get to 3, get outside of 3, get the full 3. So now he is your leader. And I'll have to wait and see how your last 2 skiers fare. All right, our next skier on the water. This is Parker Staver. Coming in, this should be 32 off. Skis out of Whitestone in Georgia and looking good here on this opening pass. All right, we're taking a look at this replay. This is 32 off for our skier, Parker Staver. Trying to take a look at some scores here for Parker. Looks like he has 1 score into 41 off, and the rest being 2 and 3, and 1 score of 4 at 39 off. So able to get through 38 off. He started right off at the He started right off at 32 off. All right, we got Parker Staver coming in. This is pass number 2. This is 35 off. This is the last line length that the handle reaches the buoy. For all of you people at home that are still learning about slalom, but let's see. Parker's tall enough, it doesn't really matter. Slams 2-ball. Makes a play on 3 as he is rolling through this pass. This is 35 off and looking good here as he rounds 5 and over to 6. So great skiing. Parker Staver going to give himself a chance to try 38 off.
I don't know. She's not calling out what they're starting at. 38 now.
All right, we see Parker here making his way through that opening pass, or sorry, that 35 off pass. Now we're going to get to shorten that rope up and bring him on the violet loop. So going to need to run this next pass if he wants to have a chance to challenge the lead.
Job. Thank you. Thank you. I watched all day on the phone on my TV yesterday.
Hope you like it.
All right, we see Parker right there making his way through this pass. We'll have to take a look and see what line length that was. I believe that was 38 off. Almost getting pulled out from 4, going to 5, but holding on, getting in the back seat, making it over there, getting around the buoy, and getting a crack at 39 off here. All right, here we go. Parker Staver coming in 39 off. 3 is the lead. Let's see what he can do here at 1. Big turn out of 1. Can he make a play on 2? Gets a little bit of a slow turn on 2. Go to 3. Can he get over to 4? Rounds 4 and going to stand up there. So throwing the fist. That's what we like to see here at the announcer's booth. A little bit of a fist throw. We want to know when the skiers are happy, and I love it that these men's 3 skiers are not too old to let you know when they're happy, but Parker Staver is your leader right now with 4 at 39 off as we take a look at the replay. See, gets off the handle a little bit quick there into 2-ball, so causing him to have a little slack there on the backside of 2 and end up a little down course. I still think he was all right. Needed to really turn his hips a little bit there at 4 to give himself a better look at it if he wanted to make a play on 5, but he was content with getting outside of 4, giving himself a full 4, and he is going to push that lead out, and that's a tough score with our last skier up on the water. It is Dan Warner, and I have to take a look at some scores for Dan. Dan skiing out of Connecticut. And he has got one score of 2 at 41 off, and then a ton, and I mean a ton, of 4 at 39 off scores. So Dan Warner fully capable of getting down 39 and taking this win, but we're going to have to see what he's got as we bring him in. This will be pass number 1. I would say that looks like 32 off. Just waiting to get confirmation as we bring him in through pass number 1. He is riding that red Denali water ski and looking good doing it as you see him round 4 over to 5, and solid looking open pass there for Dan Warner. All right, we got Dan Warner right there rocking through that opening pass. All right, Dan Warner, we have just gotten confirmation that he made it through pass number 1. Judges gave him the okay to keep moving. All right, here we go. Dan Warner coming in. This is 35 off. He is your top seed in this men's 3 slalom event. Looking good as he's making his way over to 3. Rounds 4. This is still a bit of a formality for our skier here, just getting a bit of a warm-up in. And great job there. Let's take a look at the replay here from Dan. Really good-looking turn in here at the gates. Makes a nice play on it at 1. Backsides 1 ball. Gets a little bit separated, a little quick out of 2, just making that ski kind of turn a little hard on him there. But still looking fine. Again, 35 off is a bit of a warm-up pass for Dan. He's able to run 38, been through 39 handful of times. So I'm expecting him now to get here, get a good start at 38, get through this, and give himself a chance to challenge for the lead. All right, we got Dan Warner coming in. This is 38 off. All right, let's see what Dan's got as he makes a play on 1. Big turn on 1. Over to 2. Nice turn on 2. It looks like he unloads super heavy there into 3. Let's see if it catches him here at 4. See that ski going to turn it slow at 4. Now he's going to need a big turn at 5. Can he get outside of 6? Throws the ski. Let's see if he flicks the rope. Yeah, he gets it tight. Man, that got dicey if you ask me. But again, you see he unloads that ski heavy into 3 ball. It doesn't always catch you right there as you do it, but it will give you some fits, and we'll see in this replay here. Does a good job coming through the gates right there. Gets a really good one. That ski bites on him there. Looking pretty nice here. Now watch here at 2. Looks good. Now watch this unload. Boom. Way too fast. Way too fast. And so that's what's making him run with the boat here. So now he's moving down course, and there you see he's didn't quite get his hips up because he unloaded so quick there at 3. Didn't make the move out to 4 as well. And now he's running with the boat. He keeps moving down course, has lots of speed, but fully capable of getting through it, and he does. He makes it through 38 off. So now Doesn't matter what 38 off looked like. He got through it. They have now shortened that rope up. It will be 39 off, and he is going to have a chance to challenge our lead. All right, Dan Warner here, 39 off, knows that he needs to get tied for. Let's see what he's got here. Big one ball there for Dan. Can he get over here to 2? Gets a play on 2. Oh, and blows the tail. So 1.5 at 39 off for Dan Warner. All right, Dan Warner here. Let's take a look at the replay, see what happened to him. He was a little bit narrow at the gate, not as good of a start as he had been. So now when he comes over here to 2, he's got a little more speed, and he just gets the tail blown and was just not super duper stoked with that. So if we take a look at our leaderboard here in this men's 3 slalom event, congratulations to your winner in this men's 3 slalom event. It is Parker Starver. Great skiing out of him, 4 at 39 off. Second place goes to Travis Feldhedger, running 3 at 39 off. So great skiing to him. Ryan Seltzer taking the bronze medal with 2 at 39. Dan Warner gets 4th place. Gets 4th place with 1.5 at 39 off. And then 5th place will go to Tim Baker, 5.5 at 38 off. So congratulations to those skiers. This was a great event. So we're going to pop a quick commercial break as we switch boat crews and boats and drivers, and we'll be right back after this with women's 4 slalom. So it's going to be a great event. We've got 11 skiers. I'm looking forward to getting those ladies on the water. I am Zane Nicholson, your announcer for the day. Hope you are enjoying this slalom event, and we will be back with more slalom right after this.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights! Let's go.
You don't protect your car like a boat, so why protect your boat like a car? You need Ski Safe. Insurance for boaters, from boaters. For decades, we've protected boats, jet skis, and nothing else. So we know how to save you money. And with a history of safe boating, you'll save even more. Ski Safe. 1-800-225-6560.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
All right, we are back, and we are rolling right into our next slalom event. It will be women's 4 slalom. So looking forward to getting these ladies on the water, getting them competing here. We take a look. We have got the people on the start dock getting ready. Looks like first skier is in the water, and that should be Gretchen Painter, our first skier off in this women's 4 slalom event. All right, and it sounds like Gretchen will be starting at 28 miles an hour, 15 off. So she will be starting off on that 60-foot rope. Let's see what she's got as we bring her in for pass number 1. This is your first skier in women's 4 slalom. And getting underway, looking good here. And she makes her way over to 5 and to 6 on her opening pass. So there you go. Good skiing out of the first skier. I love it when that first skier comes out, makes the opening pass. That way, hopefully we don't have anybody miss their opener. And Gretchen looking nice and strong here as we take a look at the replay. All right, we see the replay here from Gretchen Painter, and we see in our chat we have a bunch of people who are loving that men's 3 slalom event. That was quite the event. I know I had been looking forward to getting that one underway, and that one was a great event. Congratulations to Parker Starver getting the win, running 4 at 39 off. It was quite the event. That was a huge score, but now we are moving into, and we are right into the start of this women's 4 slalom event. This is 30 miles an hour. So this is the second pass here for our first skier, Gretchen Painter. All right, let's see what she's got here. She comes in. This is 30 miles an hour. We're coming in round 3 over to 4, a little bit down course. Going to need to work a little bit harder here to get to 5. Looking good there, going to 6, and there we go. We get all 6 buoys there. So 30 miles an hour. So now we're going to speed the boat up here to 32 miles an hour. We just saw that replay of Gretchen Painter running her second pass. So Gretchen skiing here out of California. And her best score of the season is 2 buoys on this pass. So would be looking to get more than that. This is 32 miles an hour. See if she can get a good start here at 1. Over to 2. All right, can she get outside of 3? Does. She does get outside of 3. Needs a big pull to 4. Looking good there. And just dunking the hands in the water and losing the handle. So that should be 3.5 at 32 miles an hour, which would be a new season's best for Gretchen. See if we can take a look at what happened to her here. And she turns in through the gates. I thought she did a really good job coming through the gates, but she let her hands be a little bit far away from her body. I'd like to see her get her elbows really tight, squeezing on her life jacket, anytime she's not reaching. So when you reach right there, out, but now they need to come back. Elbows need to start squeezing on the life jacket, and she needs to start trying to turn her entire body, keeping her hands close to her hips. But great skiing out of her. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that's a new season's best, so that is huge to see here at the Nationals. And we will move on with this women's 4 slalom event and grab our next skier. All right, as we see that Mastercraft Pro Star coming back to the dock, and we will grab our next skier, which should be out of Texas. It should be Tony Bundonzi. So let's see what the start and line length and speed will be for Tony. We know Gretchen is in the lead with 3.5 at 32 miles an hour, 15 off. All right, we got Tony Bundonzi on the water. This is her first pass. Now, hit 2-ball a little bit. Let's see if we can get her through this pass, though, still. Around 4. All right, and we are through that opening pass. As I'll try to get you a starting line length and speed as soon as I hear.
How about those apples?
I was laughing. I'm like, that said, when it goes wrong, just scrap. No, I don't think so.
All right, so that was 28 miles an hour and 15 off for Tony. And let's see what we'll have as we bring her in. This next pass will be 30 miles an hour.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a good 30. Well, I was telling her, I'm like, you know what the quote is for everybody's slalom run, but I really wanted to run that fast.
We were actually pretty darn close. Yeah.
It was like, I don't know which one it was. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Tony Bundonzi coming in. This is pass number 2. This should be 30 miles an hour, 15 off. As she makes her way, into 4. She's a little late out of 4. Can she get outside of 5? No, she does not. So that is going to be a 4 buoy count for Tony Bundonzi there. Let's see if we can see what happened to her here. Losing a little bit of width at the gates. And now she reaches through. I thought that 1-ball was really good. Now you see those hands are away. She starts to trip as she goes over the wakes. Those shoulders go forward. That's that tripping sensation that I'm talking about. So her hands are getting away from her and high. I'd like her to see her keep her arms in, close to her hips as her feet swing, and then she can let the hands move away. And that'll keep that ski moving out and that rope tight and able to turn. So 4 at 30 miles an hour there for Tony. Not sure if that is exactly what she was looking for, but we are glad to have her here in this women's 4 slalom event. Okay, our next skier up on the water is Sherilyn Pearson, and this should be 28 miles an hour, 15 off. Okay, let's see what Sherilyn has coming in here for pass number 1. All right, big strong pull over to 2. She is nice and early there at 2. Looking good as she's making her way to 3 and 4. And a strong looking 28 mile an hour pass there for Sherilyn. All right, we see here on the replay, this is Sherilyn Pearson on her first pass. And look at how she attacks that gate and gets a really strong one. Now, she does trip a little bit over the wakes. Her shoulders do go forward. A lot of that's from where those hands are. You see how the elbows are away from her body. The hands are a little bit away from her body. That's why she's getting that pulling forward sensation. If she would think about bringing her hands and keeping everything really, really tight as she goes across those wakes, that upper body stays still and she'll skim across the wakes a little bit better and won't notice the bump as much. All right, Sherilyn skiing out of Utah. All right, big one ball there for Sherilyn. Let's see what she can do as she rounds 2. Good job over to 3. She's got a little separation here, so getting a little bit down course, but still making her way through this 30 mile an hour pass. And there you go. She got through it, so going to get a chance to challenge the lead. Looks like her season's best is 2 at 22 off, so able to get through this next pass and then shorten the rope. All right, we see the start dock down there. The rest of our women's 4 competitors are getting ready on the dock. See Kara Anderson down there sitting on the dock ready to go, and I would believe that is Molly Malone Boos on the dock as well. All right, let's see what Sherilyn Pearson has for us as we come in for pass number 3. This is 32 miles an hour. Gets a good start. There you go, around 2. Uh-oh, getting pulled out and not able to go around 3. I know she was looking to run that one. Looks like that's what she ran at the Western Regionals, though, a couple weeks ago, so pretty consistent skiing. Nice, good job here at 1. Now, let's see what happens to her, too. You see the hands get a bit away, but when she turns, she doesn't really extend that reaching arm. So when she makes the turn, she kind of has to drop her shoulder. So what I would like to see her do is when she lets go, extend that arm out so that the ski really wants to turn back in. So that'll be something she can work on after Nationals, but great skiing out of Sherilyn Pearson. All right, we are rolling right along through women's 4 slalom. We just had our 3rd skier off the dock. We have 8 skiers left in this competition. As we see our next skier, Kara Anderson, getting in the water. All right, we have got Kara Anderson in the water and up around that turn island. So Kara skiing out of Kansas, so one of those Midwest skiers. All right, we've got her coming in. This is pass number 1. This will be 15 off. Oh, getting separated there, going to 3. So we are going to have to work here on this opening pass here for Kara Anderson. She is a little bit down course in the 6, but getting outside it. So there we go. Nice job on the opening pass, not letting it get too dicey and making our way through it.
You still want to switch scene?
All right, this is 32 miles an hour for Kara Anderson. We just saw her run 30 miles an hour going down the lake. Let's see what she's got as she comes in for pass number 2. You see her, she's getting tripped up by the wakes. That's all about where her hands are at as she is going across the course. But she is making her way down this pass and looking pretty nice. And there we go. We got through that 32 mile an hour pass, so great job. We take a look at the replay. So watch what her hands do. As she hits the wakes, she lets her hands get a little bit away from her, and her shoulders kind of trip up. All right, we just saw that replay there. So you're just seeing she's getting her hands a bit separated as she's going across the wakes. So that'll be something to watch as we shorten the rope up to 22 off. All right, this is 22 off. Let's see what Kara Anderson has, the skier out of Kansas. She is your 4th skier out of this event. And you see she gets a little separated, which is causing her to have to drop that shoulder because she's not very wide at the buoys. So let's take a look at the replay here. See if we can't see something that happened that maybe can help Kara out a little bit. So look, when she turns in here at the gates, she needs to bring her hands back to her hips. So then she gets connected there. So when she turns in, she automatically starts disconnected. And then because she's got her hands that far away from her, it's kind of hard to create width at that buoy. So she felt like she needed to drop her shoulder in the turn. And then here, same thing. You know, she kind of has to throw the ski at the last second. If she will get her hands and her arms nice and tight together around her body and her hands close to her hips, the ski will swing and there will be space created in front of the buoy, so she'll feel like she could stand over her ski and make a big turn. But that was great skiing there for our skier out of Kansas. Just a touch off of her average right there, scoring 69 buoys or getting 4 at 22 off. So great skiing for our skier, Kara Anderson, in this women's 4 event, and she is your current leader. With 7 skiers left, we have our leader, Kara Anderson, on top with 4 at 22 off. Okay, our next skier on the water, Molly Malone Bus. And she is starting at 30 miles an hour, 22 off. See what she's got as she comes through, looking really strong through the wakes right there. And look at her go. A nice looking opening pass there for Molly. Molly, a skier out of Wisconsin. I've had the opportunity to get to ski with her and go to her lake. Super awesome site up there in the Midwest. If we take a look at her replay, look at how strong she looks through the wake. So she does a better job with her hands. Now, at these slower speeds, your upper body is going to crush just a tad bit. But you're seeing her hands right here behind the boat. You see how she keeps her hands nice and close, not getting too far away from her. Now, she could be stronger and get them in a little bit more, but she's creating a lot more space in front of the buoy because of where her hands are, which is allowing her to make a nice, good turn in on that course. So, really good job here on this opening pass of 30 miles an hour, 22 off for Miss Molly. All right, here we go. This is 32 miles an hour, 22 off. Now looking a little bit unsteady there when we turned into the gate, but then attacked that turn at 1 ball. So great job there. Now you see those hands get away from her there going to 3 ball, and we got an upper body crush. So gonna have to work here going to 5. Oh no, and not quite making it through that pass. So we will take a look and see what happened to Molly. Like I said, I thought she looked a little unsteady when she turned it at the gates, but then right here, attacks the turn off of 1. Makes her way over to 2. Now, watch her off of 2. She starts to pull on the boat and stops her rotation. She needs to get there, finish her turn, think about keeping her turn. She doesn't really need to pull on the boat much. She just needs to turn. That'll create the load and the pressure that she needs to get her to go in that 135 side, which is that offside pull. That's the big thing. Molly needs to get a little bit more angle going to 135, and that'll get that ski, to cut across the wakes a little bit better. It'll have more speed as she turns her hips and shoulders and points them more towards the shore in the direction she wants to go. But still, pretty good skiing. That gets her, I think that puts her in a tie with a skier before her, Kara Anderson. All right. Next up on the water, we have Christy Lee. All right, look at her go, coming around one. Gets a little unloaded into two, but you can tell she can turn the ski really nice, riding that Syndicate water ski. And looking good as she rounds 5 over to 6. So nice opening pass there for Christy Lee. All right, let's see at this replay. Look at that gate turn in. Nice turn in, good angle through the gates. Now, loads up here with the upper body just a little bit too soon. So then she has to get pulled out a little bit quick off of the second wake. But then doing a pretty good job here into 3. And there's not getting her hands back to her right there at the turn of 4, so you see her butt kind of dropping. That's just because she rotated her upper body to the handle but didn't twist her hips. And the way you twist your hips, everybody likes to hear, you've always heard ski back to the handle. What we mean by skiing back to the handle is bringing that hand back to that outside hip. So that's going to allow the hips to turn and rotate up under the line, so that the ski can go. And let's see what she's got here. Well, this is pass number 2. Big 1 ball. Let's see if she gets a big 2. Did much better job off of 1 and 2. A little bit down course into 3. Didn't get very good angle going to 3, but nice pull there going to 5. She needed that turn and pull, and there you go, making it through that pass as well. And looking good on pass number 2. Christy coming out of Idaho. Looks like she's got a best score this season at 3 at 28 off. So we will see if we can get her into that 28 off pass. All right, here we go. Christy Lee coming in. This is pass number 3. I believe this is 22 off. Looking good on the attack on 1. Let's see what she can do on 2. Now she's a little bit behind here at 3. Needs a turn. Gets a turn. Uh-oh, gets pulled out over into 4. Can she get outside of 5? And just right inside it. All right, let's take a look at the replay here. She kills her gates. Her gates are awesome. They're great. You see the hands get away from her, though, because she's having to take a double pull. If she'd get her hands closer and down closer to her hips, they would swing out. Okay, and I have just gotten confirmation on scores. That was 34 miles an hour, 22 off. So looking good there. You see her get pulled out going to 4 just a little bit. She's got to get those hands back close to her hips. I think the most important thing that you can do on the slalom ski is get your hands in the proper spot. And you kind of see when they get away from you, that's when we start getting a lot of upper body movement and we start getting pulled down the lake, not staying on top of it as well as we would like to. All right, we are moving along. We are in our top 5 skiers, so we're about to figure out who is getting a medal. But I believe this is 34 miles an hour, 15 off, and this next skier should be Sheila Chin. We bring her into the course. We'll see if we can pull up some scores for Sheila. All right, here she comes. Pass number 1. This is 34 miles an hour. Looking good here. Making her way through this opening pass. Sheila rocking around 5 over to 6. Now, nice looking pass here for the California skier. She's got a season's best of 1 at 32 off. So, able to really pump this lead out if she can get through this next pass. She ran 3 at 28 off at the regionals. So, be looking to get through 22 off here and give herself a chance to get a try at 28 off. I know she's probably thinking about running that 28 off, riding that Goode water ski. All right, here we go. Sheila Chin coming in. This should be 22 off, 34 miles an hour. The max speed for these women's 4 slalom skiers. There we go. Big turn on 1. Looking good on 2. She is attacking this pass. This is the best 22 off we've seen so far today from these ladies. Big pull to 5. Working over to 6, and there you go. She's going to get a crack at 28 off. Right, you see her going through here, rounding these buoys. And yeah, she's attacking. Now watch her hands. She does a really good job behind the boat. You see how she's strong there, doesn't let the hands get away until after the ski swings. So great job. That's textbook skiing here out of Sheila. All right, now we've shortened that rope up. This is 28 off. All right, here she comes. Let's see if she can get another good gate and a big 1 ball like she's been getting this whole set. There you go, attacks 1. Nice look into 2. Big turn off of 2. That's awesome. Setting herself up to run this pass. Good 3. Just stick with it now, Sheila. There you go. Don't need that big of a turn here at 5. Makes it around. There you go. Gives a big pull to 6. Didn't quite get as good the angle as she could have into 6 ball, but there we go. We got a fist bump. You know me. I love to see a fist bump. She is happy with that. She is going to get to try to have her best score of the season. She's got a score of 1. If she can hit her gate like she's been hitting and hit 1, she can get over here and get a turn on 2. She might get halfway down this 32 off pass, or shoot, she might give herself a chance to run it. Got a little bit of wind blowing into her face, just a sliver. So we'll see if maybe that gives her a little bit of help here coming into 1. But nice job there, having to pull just a tad bit long to get to 6, but made it through. And then there you go. You can see on the replay we get the fist bump, and she also guarantees herself a medal. Now she's just pushing this lead out to see what color that medal will be. All right, here we go. Sheila Chin coming in. This is 32 off. Let's get a good gate. Rolls in really good. Let's see if she can get a good turn here. Gets a pretty good turn. Oh, and then just losing the handle. So I'll show you guys on the replay what happened here. So as you shorten the rope, that load is coming a lot quicker onto the buoy. So she got a pretty good turn. She's just got to be a little more deliberate on the pull. So turns in here good. This gate was awesome. Watch her right here. In a good spot here in one. Turns. She needs to start going now. She needs to start trying to turn, keeping going faster into those first wakes. When she makes that turn, gets her hands on, she doesn't want to rush the turn, which she didn't do. She turns, she got the ski to move, gets her hands on the handle, and then she just kind of waited on the boat to give her a pull. And there she popped the rope after the boat hit her. She wasn't in a strong position to hang on. So it looks like we may have lost the rope here. So we're going to grab that and get it back in the boat, and then we'll get that Mastercraft Pro Star back down to the dock and get our next skier. All right, take a look here at the replay one more time. We'll see, maybe we can see what happened to the rope, but here she is. Good gate again, turn. She needs to be pulling right now. Go, 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 go. And she just kind of waits, and the boat takes it away from her. And I guess when that rope popped in the water there off that second wake, it shot the handle off of the pylon. So we see her getting out of the water. Guaranteed a medal there. Great skiing, a half at 32 off. She's a half a buoy off of her season's best. All right, we're going to get that Mastercraft Pro Star down the lake, and we will get our fourth seeded skier up next, and that'll be Becky Bartlett. All right, we got our next skier coming in. This is Becky Bartlett. This is 32 miles an hour, 15 off. This will be the opening, the start speed, and line length for Becky. Now, Becky skied out of that eastern region from New Hampshire. Hasn't been through 28 off all season, so best score is a 4. Let's see what she's got as she's coming in on this opening pass. All right, and there you go. Becky Bartlett making it through that opening pass there. So I would say we're either going to shorten the rope here or we'll speed up. I'm not sure. With this zero-base scoring, you can kind of do both. All right, so Becky electing to go shorter rope, but keep that speed the same. So this will be a 32-mile-an-hour pass, and this will be 22 off or 16 meters. All right, here we go. This is 22 off. Still should be a bit of a warm-up here for Becky. Let's see what she's got. She rolls in through the gates, looking pretty good around 1. Nice strong pull to 2. There gets a little bit separated going to 3. But making her way over 5. Nice big strong pull to 5. She was nice and early and gets around 6. So there you go, 22 off. 32 miles an hour in the bag for Becky Bartlett. All right, we see on the replay, big turn there, gets separated there at 3. We're going to lose her, but that separation there gets her pulled up into 3 and starts having her run down the lake. But then she turns 4 right here and gets a massive pull right there, creates a ton of angles, so she gets herself over there outside of 5 with plenty of room. And now she knows she's got that pass in the bag, and she's going to get to speed the boat up to that max speed of 34 miles an hour. All right, here we go. We got Becky Bartlett out of New Hampshire skiing. This is 34 miles an hour, 22 off, this is 32 miles an hour, 28 off. So elected to shorten the rope here. So getting through this pass. Can she get outside of 4? Gets separated there and goes inside of 4. So that'll be 3. 28 off, 32 miles an hour. So Christy Lee getting 4 at 22 off at 34 miles an hour would put her ahead of that score right there from Becky. So Christy Lee guaranteeing herself a medal. She's guaranteed no worse than 5th place here at the Nationals. And Sheila Chin has gotten guaranteed a 4th place medal here today. So great skiing from those two ladies as we see the end of this pass there from Becky. All right, we are down to the top 3 skiers in this women's 4 slalom event. Our next skier skis out of the southern region. Get to do a little bit of skiing with this lady. She can absolutely rip it up on her slalom ski. Your next skier is Kim Wilson out of Florida. There's a lot of skiing over there at that Lake 38 training facility. Looks like she's got a season's best this year of 1 at 32 off at 34 miles an hour. So gonna need to get all of that if she wants to take this lead here late in this women's 4 slalom event. But we are gonna be starting off at 32 miles an hour, 22 off when we get Kim Wilson up on the water here in just a second. All right, here we go. We got Kim Wilson up on the water. This is 22 off, 32 miles an hour for the Florida skier. A little unsettled at her gate there. Maybe a little bit nervous. You know, this is like the Super Bowl for these women's 4 skiers here. This is the U.S. Nationals. We're in Bakersfield, California, and Kim Wilson making her way through that opening pass. So a little bit dicey, a little shaky there. I think she was just dusting off some nerves. I know I talked to her yesterday, and her big thing was she just wanted to make sure she got through that first pass, and she did. I didn't think it was terrible, but I'd definitely like to see her when she turns in at the gate be a little more confident on this second pass. I know she will be. It's probably going to be a shorter line length, so she'll feel a little more confident, a little less rope to be kind of spongy out there on. So we'll see what she does here as we bring her back. This is shaping up to be quite the women's force slalom event. We've had some big scores out of these ladies. Sheila Chin was super stoked with how she skied couple skiers ago, getting a half at 32 off. And Rich Storley in the chat, I hadn't been checking it, but he told me that Sheila can put up a big score, and he was right. She sure did. She got that half at 32 off and put herself in the lead. So shout out to Rich. Know he got a slalom title earlier this week, got into 39 off. So great skiing from Rich. And now we're sitting here seeing some other people hopping in the chat that are rooting for Kim. So shout out to you guys, Dina Brown and Chelsea. Thanks for watching Kim Wilson out here ripping it up on her second pass. Now looking a little more confident on this one. You see her, she's eating up rope there a little bit. Big pull to 5. Now she's going to need to work really hard to get to 6. Throws the ski outside of it and makes it out the gates. And here we go. We got through it. So the big thing right now with Kim is skiing a little tentative. She is not really going straight across those wakes. She's kind of skiing to the buoy, and it's all kind of starting here at the gates. She's kind of losing her speed at the gates. So when she turns in, she can't get the ski fully turned. Now there on 1, you see how that handle comes the inside hip, so she's kind of got to move the whole time. She's trying to get it to the right spot. There off at 2, she does a pretty good job, but then she doesn't keep turning her hips, so she's getting the 3 ball a bit late if you're, in my opinion. Now there she's a little bit separated, so she's running with the boat. She's just trying to stay over her ski at this point in time. Now gets a turn here that wasn't the best of turns, but she knew she needed a big pull to pull there. Gets the ski outside of the buoy and back through the wakes. That was tough, but good skiing there for Miss Kim. All right, and that was 34 miles an hour, 22 off, so this should be 28 off, 34 miles an hour. See, there you go. That looked a little bit better at the gate there, Kim. Nice 1 ball. Come on, don't get separated going to 2. Oh, she's getting pulled down the lake and right inside a 2 ball there at 28 off. Take a look. So I thought she did all right here at 1. Watch where the hands go, though. Comes that inside hip, so when the boat pulls, she has to move it back across her body, and that's what you see her getting pulled out. Now she's laid off a 2 and just couldn't quite get back connected going to 3. So that's going to be 2 at 28 off. That'll put her into second place right now. So you've got Sheila Chin with a half at 32 off is still in the lead. Second place goes to Kim Wilson right now as it stands. And then third place is Christy Lee. And fourth place, Becky Bartlett. So right now as we're watching this replay of Kim, you see her coming down the lake. Make sure you like and subscribe to TWBC YouTube channel. Today is the last day of the Nationals, so we are live all day long, but be sure you like and subscribe that channel. That way you will be notified every time we go live. I know we've got a few events coming up here later this fall with the pro season getting back underway here in the States, so you don't want to miss a moment of the action. But right now, hope you've got your popcorn. We have got us a great women's 4 event stacking up right here. We've got 2 more skiers left. We've got a score into 32 off, so already some good skiing with 2 skiers left. All right, we got our next skier on the water behind that boat, and this is out of South Carolina, so another Southern Region skier. This is Jennifer Wood. Looks like she's coming in. This is 22 off. And look at that strong start there on 1. A little bit late over there to 2. Not sure what happened to her there, but then she got a big pull to 3. So not quite getting the angle she would like going that direction, but then gets a huge pull going to 135 that makes up ground. So something to be watching there as we start speeding the boat up and shortening the rope. Here's the replay. Watch this gate in 1. Great angle, big turn. Now here, she just skis. She stays too open to the boat, doesn't have enough pressure on that leading arm, not turned quite enough. So she got to 2 ball, what I would consider late. Now here at 3, she's back kind of early. Watch her into 4. Again, she did better there at 4. She's still a bit late, not as late as she was into 2 ball, but now gets a big pull to 5, and she's on top of it. So all right, looks like Jennifer has a season's best of 5 at 32 off, so she can definitely get down the line. We've only had 1 skier through this 28 off pass, so it's been giving us a little bit of fits. But here you go. We got 28 off this time here. This is Jennifer Wood. She is your second to last skier here in this women's 4. Top 2 here, getting through this 28 off as she's rounding 4 over to 5. This pass looked way better, way more confident in that pass. Probably not really liking all that extra rope. I know 22 off is a great warm-up pass, but then once you run it, I think get off of it, go work at 28. That's the place to practice everything. There you go. Look at that turn off of 1. She brings her hands into the right spot, so never really a delay off the buoy. See how strong she is there. Now there she let her hands get away a little bit, so you saw that tip kind of drop off of the second wake. But then she adjusts there into 4, and now she's on top of that pass. So great skiing there out of Jennifer. And we are going to bring her back in. I think we're going to shorten the rope up and bring her in at 32 off. All right, here we go. We've got top 2 skiers left in this event. This is your second to last skier. This is Jennifer Wood coming in. I believe this is 32 off. A little slow off of 1. Can she get over to 2? Does get outside of 2. And there you go. That is going to be 2. I think she gave a little bit of a fist pump because she knows she secured the lead with 1 skier left. Hit the gate a little hard here. That's why you're seeing her a little slow on the turn out of 1. The ski's kind of pushing back on her because she had a little too much extra speed. And now she gets late to 2. Didn't get all the way turned because of that speed at 1. And just going inside of 3. But there's that little fist bump to say that I got the lead, knowing that she's got 1 skier left. All right, I'm Zane Nicholson. I am your announcer for the day. We are into our last skier in this women's 4 slalom event, and then we will have 2 more slalom events for the remainder of this 82nd Goode Water Ski Nationals. As you take a look down there at the dock, we see our top seeded skier getting ready to get out there and take a rip. Your top skier is Marla Lott. Okay, and so I had just been informed that Marla Lott is a scratch. So congratulations there to Jennifer Wood. The little fist bump was because she knew she had won. She secured her a gold medal here in this women's 4 slalom event. So congratulations to Jennifer Wood out of South Carolina, your women's 4 slalom champion. And we will take a quick commercial break, and I think we're going to get right rolling away with women's 3 slalom right after this.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Water Ski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories. That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
See you in Vienna. Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
All right, we are back here on Lake 2 with the slalom event. We've got 2 more slalom events to go, but right now we are in our second to last event on this lake. This is women's 3 slalom. Super excited about this event. We've got 10 skiers in this event. And we have got our first skier in the water. She is going to be going off at 28 miles an hour, 15 off. And this will be none other than Ashley Wallace. So the max speed for this event is 34 miles an hour. So starting a little bit slower than the top speed. We will try to pull up some scores for Ashley here in just a moment. All right, here we go. Ashley Wallace. This is pass number 1. This is 28 miles an hour. And looking mighty strong here as she goes around 3 and over to 4. There we go, getting those nerves out, getting this first event underway, and great skiing there out of Ashley Wallace on her opening pass, 28 miles an hour. So Ashley, another one of these California skiers, not having to travel all that far to make it to this event. Looks like she's got a best score this season of 3 at the 32 mile an hour pass. So she just ran 28, so this next one will be 30. So we can see her through this next one. And then we'll be looking forward to getting her at least halfway down that 32 mile an hour pass. I'd love to see her run it here today and get a new season's best here at the Nationals. All right, here we go. We've got Ashley Wallace coming back in. This is 30 miles an hour, 15 off. All right, let's see what she has. She rolls in through the gates. Big turn on 1, setting herself up. See her gets a little bit separated off the wakes, go into 2, but still on top of this pass. That ski's riding really nice in the water as she goes to 5. Look at that pull over there to 5. And great job getting through that 30 mile an hour pass there for Ashley. So now going to get to try this 32 mile an hour pass, this 52K. She's got a best of the season is 3. So if she can get a good start at the gate like she has been, maybe we'll be able to get her a little further down this pass than she's been all season. We take a look here at the replay. Ashley looking really good here to 4. A little separation there going to 4, but then this pull over here to 5. She creates so much space. she's nice and early there at 5, able to get back into it, and now she's running that pass. So now we're going to get to try 52, 32 miles an hour. All right, Ashley Wallace on the water. This is 32 miles an hour. A little bit loose line when she turned in at the gate, but really attacks one. Nice job there. Let's see what she can do off of 2. Gets a play off of 2. Oh, and unloads right at the wakes there. Gives us a wave that she is okay. So that's probably going to be a product of her turning in with a little bit of slack line there at the gate. You see it's a little loose here, so she gets a bit of a slingshot effect in over here. She makes a good turn, does fine, but then because of that gate, now it's going to catch her over here, not going to have the rope, so she had to eat up that rope, and boom, as she hits the wake, she just unloads and pops the handle. So that'll be 1.5 at 32 miles an hour, 15 off for your first skier in this women's 3 slalom event. All right, we will get that Malibu response back down the lake, and we will start grabbing our next skier. All right, we got that boat back down to the dock, and we will be grabbing our next skier, which is Alicia Nelson. Alicia skiing here out of California as well. I think she skis up in northern part of California around the Belle Aqua area, around Sacramento. As we take a look here, looks like she's got a season's best of 3 at 32 miles an hour. So she is able to get in here, challenge this lead that was set by her first skier. Looks like at the regionals, she ran 5 at 30 miles an hour. So I don't want to better her score than what she had at regionals couple weeks ago. She is a member of that HO Syndicate ski team. And look at her as she pulls out wide on this boat. Rolls in at the gate, looks really nice. Big turn there when she turns 1. And you may notice for the people at home, so Alicia is one of our adaptive skiers that is here competing at the U.S. National. She's absolute ripper on the slalom ski, and she is one of the best in the world as an adaptive skier. And you can see why. She just went through that first pass and looked really, really smooth there. All right, so we saw Alicia Nelson through her first pass. That would be 28 miles an hour, so she's going to get on there, talk to the boat crew real quick, catch her breath, and we will speed the boat back up, and it'll go to 30 miles an hour next. So we know that the lead is 1.5 at 32 miles an hour, so she's going to have to run this pass if she wants to challenge the lead. She's got a little bit of a headwind going this way down the lake, so should help her a little bit slowing down at the buoys. Okay, here we go. Alicia Nelson. This is 30 miles an hour, 15 off. All right, let's see. She makes a good turn on 1. Let's see what she's got here at 2. Nice looking turn there at 2. A little bit late out of 3. She's going to have to work here at 4. Can she get a good turn? She does. Outside of 5. She's working really hard to get to 6. Throws the ski, and there you go. She got it, and we get the fist bump. So she was happy that she was having to work her rear end off here, and you can see, like, look, she tacks the gate here. Gets a pretty decent one. Now that position across the wakes is really strong there for Alicia. Now there on 3, you can see she kind of leaves her hands really close there when she reaches with that arm at 3 ball. I'd like to see her pick that hand up a little more, and then it'd be easier to bring it back into her body, get her in a little bit more of a stronger position. But she was absolutely working right there, and that was really impressive to get the ski outside of 6 ball and through the gates. So great skiing there out of the skier out of California. So now we're going to speed this boat up, and she's going to get to try 32 miles an hour. We know 1.5 is the lead. No, she would love to get more than that. She would love to get at least 3, which is the turn or season's best this year. And let's see what she's got. She comes in, nice turn in at the gate. Let's see what she can get. Can she get a good turn at 1? She does get a good turn at 1. Over to 2. Gets a good turn at 2. Come on, Alicia, get around 3. Around 3. Can she better her season's best score? There she does, 4. And great skiing. We get a fist bump, so she is happy with that. That is a PB on the season. That might be a PB totally for her. I'm not sure. I'll have to double check, but that is awesome skiing there out of our skier. 4 at 32 miles an hour. Let's take a look here. Look at how she turns in at the gate, really attacks that first wake crossing, sets herself up for a good swing into 2. Now here she did really good, gets a nice good turn there on 2 ball, and I thought she's still rocking and rolling really good here at 3. Now going to 4, she lets this handle get away from her right as she lands. You see she lets her hands go away. That causes her to break over and not get her width like she was getting at 2 ball, so she couldn't turn the ski as well, but she's still happy with that. That is awesome skiing. Oh, and I just got confirmation that is a possible world record for the adaptive skiing. So that was impressive, ladies and gentlemen. Great skiing out of her. Got a really good start there at 1 and 2, and then just was working to get over to 4. Got around it. So great skiing there for Alicia Nelson, putting herself in the lead in this women's 3 slalom event, but also a possible world record that you just witnessed there. That is amazing skiing out of the California skier. All right, we've got our next skier on the water. It is Miss Kimberly Hayes. So we will have to take a look and see what Miss Kim has got in store for us. But this is 30 miles an hour, 15 off to start. Another one of these California skiers out here. And looking good as she's making her way. She is late out of 2-ball, though. I thought she looked pretty good off of 1, but then when she got to 2, she showed up late. But now she's having to work down course. But there you go. She got a big turn there at 5-ball to get her back on that pass. And the best part about slalom, we get to go down here and take a reset. I don't know if she had a little bit of jitters from being at the Nationals or what, but not looking quite settled there after 1. So we take a look. She looks like she ran 3 at 34 miles an hour at the Western Regionals a couple weeks ago, so fully capable of getting through that 32-mile-an-hour pass. We'll have to see. Maybe that tailwind kind of got her. There is a little bit of wind off of the lakes blowing down the lake, blowing from the dock, so maybe she's getting pushed down the lake just a sliver, but made her way through that opening pass. Now she's going to come back in. It'll be 32 miles an hour. So going to have a chance to challenge our lead of 4 on that pass. All right, we got people in the chat while we're waiting to get Kimberly up. They are loving Alicia's skiing. And that was impressive. She is a tough cookie. I know she works really, really hard. I got to ski with her a couple of days ago. Did a little practice over on Precision Ski Ranch a couple lakes over. And, man, she could absolutely rip it. And super excited to be able to be on the call with you guys for that possible world record. But right now we got Kimberly Hayes on the water. This is 32 miles an hour. She is looking to take the lead from Alicia Nelson. That's 3. Gets over here to 4. So she now has the tie. Can she take the lead? Gets around 5. She does. And there you go. 32 miles an hour. 15 off in the bag for Kim Hayes. So now she's going to get to come back in at 34 miles an hour, which is our hardest pass of the season. Now look here. She gets a really good start here at the gate again. Backside's 1. Let's see if she shows up earlier at 2. See, now look at the angle she created there at 2, not running down the course, going way past the buoy. Big thing these skiers want to do is they want to point that ski tip to be somewhere like 10 to 12 feet in front of where the buoy is. That buoy is actually a end point for your turn, not the start point. So if they get there right at the buoy, that turn is going to have to take longer to go past the buoy. You end up later down the lake, but did a much better job making an adjustment there off of 1 going to 2. So now going to get to push her lead out here. She's got 34 mile an hour coming back down the lake. All right, here we go. Kim Hayes coming in, 34 miles an hour, 15 off. Rolls in, gets a good pull through the gates. Let's see if she can make a play on 1. Not very good angle into 2, so she's way behind if you see her right there and not able to get outside of 3. So 2 at 34 miles an hour, 15 off will be the new benchmark to beat here, and that's Kimberly Hayes out of California. She pulled really good through the gates. Now here, you can see she grabs the handle and never keeps turning, so she's really open to the boat. So she gets to 2-ball really late. It's really hard to make a turn when you get there right at it. And unable to get outside of 3-ball. But good skiing there. Your new leader, Kimberly Hayes. And we are rolling right along through this women's 3 slalom event. We have had 3 skiers so far. We have seen a possible world record. And we have had 3 different lead changes so far. So let's see if that will follow, if we keep having another lead change with our 4th skier, or if Kim Hayes is skied well enough to keep herself in the lead going in to our last 6 skiers. All right, up next on the water, we have got Brooke Mahan waiting to get confirmation on her start speed. But here we go, bringing her in. This is 30 miles an hour, 15 off for Brooke as she's making her way through this pass. A little separated there, going to 4, but not letting that tailwind push her down the lake too much and making her way through that first pass. So Brooke skiing out of New Hampshire and getting through her opening pass. So looking at some scores here, looks like she has got a score of 2 at 34 miles an hour, 15 off. So gonna need to score that today if she's gonna try to take the lead. Take a look at the replay here. That wind is starting to pick up here on these ladies, blowing down the lake. Here she gets separated right there. You see how the hands get really far away from her as she comes off that second wake, kind of causing her to get pulled up. But great job getting through all 6 buoys, and we will speed that boat up and bring her back in. All right, here we go. We got Brooke Mahan on the water, one-handed gate for pass number 2. This is 32 miles an hour, 15 off. Much stronger looking pass there off of 1. She is getting pulled down the course, though. She's pretty separated here. Can she get outside of 5? She's in trouble, and she is not going to make it outside of 5 balls. So that's going to be 4 at 32 miles an hour. That'll put her in a tie for second right now with Alicia Nelson. Take a look here. I thought she slammed 1 ball, but then there it gets really separated, lets the boat pull her down the lake, and can't really turn that ski at 2. And now, same thing, lets the hands get away, lets go really early, so she comes up narrow at 3 and just struggling to find more space, and now she's run out of it as she's pulling to 5. So not enough to take the lead. So Kimberly Hayes is now the first skier to stay in the lead after the next skier after her. So great skiing by her. All right, well, we are moving along to our next skier. This is the 6th-seeded skier in this event. This is 26 miles an hour, 22 off, and this is Carly Stinger. I believe she is the mother of Sully Stinger, who is a ripper of a skier in the girls' 5 slalom event. And you can see that where Sully learned her skills from. Her mom, Carly, out here rocking it on the slalom ski. I think we saw Sully in a runoff this week for second place in that girls' 5 slalom event. And now we're seeing her mom on the water crushing turns here on this 26 miles an hour, 22 off. All right, here we go. We're taking a replay of this opening pass. Take a look up and see if we can pull up some scores this season for Carly. All right, skiing out of Pennsylvania. And let's see what we've got here for Carly. That was 26 miles an hour, 22 off. Looks like her season's best is 1 at 28 off at 32 miles an hour. All right, here we go. 28 miles an hour, 22 off. Carly Stinger out of Pennsylvania coming in. She's got a headwind here, so gonna have to work hard to get out there, but it's gonna slow her down a little bit better. Big turn off at 3 ball, a little separated into 4, but still looking good as she's rolling to 5. Look how early she is there at 5. That was a great job pulling there to 5. And there you go, 28 miles an hour, 22 off. Carly Stinger. All right, we see Carly Stinger on the water. This is a replay of her second pass. She gets a little bit of a hitch here off of 3. See how she doesn't reach that arm, and she brings it back to the inside hip, causing her to drop her shoulder. So that was just a little bit of a check, getting the hands where they needed to be. And then there she pulls really good at 5. Brings that handle back to her. Now, she could extend those arms when she reaches. I want to see her get it fully extended, really reach it out, almost like she's trying to show her armpit to the boat, and that'll help make that ski want to come back in without her having to drop her shoulder. All right, here we go. This is 30 miles an hour, 22 off for the Eastern Region skier. Big 1 ball, drops her shoulders a little bit. You see she had to check up because she didn't get the handle across her body. Now she's running with the boat a little bit into 3. Gonna need a big turn here at 4. Gets it. Looking good around 5, and there you go. 30 miles an hour, 22 off in the books for Miss Carly Stinger. All right, we see on this replay right there, gets through the gates, gets a pretty good start there, drops her shoulders a little bit, has to check up. But now there into 2, you see she's running down course. Now look at this angle. She's skiing straight to 3 ball, which is not what you want to do. So she's got a lot of speed. There the hands get away, but boom, she makes a big turn there. That was a really good job getting the hands back connected right off the backside of 4 and getting her over to 5 and getting her through that pass. So now we're going to get to see her come back in 32 miles an hour, 22 off. That wind is picking up now. It might be something that's going to start giving our skiers a little bit of trouble. Right now, it should be giving her a little bit of help. She can pull a little longer and slow down a little easier. Carly Stinger coming in. This is 32 miles an hour. Losing a little bit of speed there at the gate. See if it catches her here at 1 and 2. A little bit narrow into 2. You see that ski pushing on her. Now she's a little behind here. Going to have to work. Going to use that headwind to her advantage, though. There you go. Can she get over there to 6? Big pull, and yes, she does. There you go. And we get a fist bump, so she was happy to run that. I think she's only run that 1 other time this season. And, yeah, she only ran it 1 other time this season at the Easter Regional. She ran 5 at 22 off, so bettered her score than she did at regionals, which is awesome. And right there you see her, she's a little narrow and slow at the gate, so causing her to kind of not get her width out at 1. She's a little narrow. Now here, because of that ski's going to start pushing back on her. You see it chatter right there because of the gate. Now she's got 3. She's down course, but she's managing it well. She gets separated there pretty big into 4. but she does a really good job on that 4-ball turnabout where she gets her hands at the backside of the turn to help her get to exit the turn with some speed. And there he goes here, get outside of 6-ball, out the gates. Great skiing for Carly Stinger. No Dell Bloodgood in the chat. Super excited for Carly there. That was a huge score. See if maybe we can get her a good gate, get a good 1-ball here, get her over to 2, get a new season's best. All right, that was better at the gate. Let's see what she can do here at 1. Kind of not as good through the wakes. Big pull over to 2, throws the ski, gets outside of 2. And there you go. 2 at 28 off, 32 miles an hour for Carly Stinger. That is your new leader. With 5 skiers left. So you see she came through the wakes, didn't really trust the wakes as much, barely gets the ski outside of 1 because the hands are really separated. Just as she's coming through the gates, her hands start getting away from her body, so she gets pulled up and takes a narrow look into 1, gets the turnout 1, was really trying to get to 2, got to 2, gets the full 2, so now setting a nice, good, big score there for these last 5 competitors, and the wind keeps kicking up, so we have got a tailwind blowing straight off the dock. I know the jump skiers on Lake 3 are probably chomping at the bits. They love the headwind they're getting, but these slalom skiers, they might be thinking it's a little bit windy here as they're going into their slalom event. All right, and we are getting into the tail end of this women's 3 slalom event. See the skiers on the dock getting ready. Looks like we've got Robin Harwood in the water. You see Jody Barrett on the dock getting ready. All right, and Robin Harwood coming out, starting at 32 miles an hour, 15 off. We saw her husband, I assume, a little earlier this morning in the men's 3 event, ran 1.5 at 38 off, just barely missing out on the podium. I know Robin would like to bring home some hardware today, so let's see what she's got on this 32 mile an hour pass. 15 off. And strong looking pat in the opening pass in that tailwind. All right, we got a couple more people in the chat rooting on Carly, your last previous skier. So shout out Audrey. Thanks for hopping in here and watching Carly. And right now we are watching Robin Harwood. And she is out here crushing it through that opening pass. Like you said, that was 32 miles an hour. I believe that was 15 off, so we should be speeding the boat up here at the end. All right, we've got Robin back up on the water, getting her up to speed behind that Malibu Response. All right, Robin, a skier out of California, so another one of these skiers that hadn't had to travel very far, probably pretty used to these lakes, and getting through the gates around 1, big, huge turn on a 1, attacking 2. So I believe this is 34 miles an hour, 15 off. She's a bit behind here at 5. Can she get outside of 6? Throws the ski in. Yes, she does. So there we go. 34 miles an hour. 15 off for Robin. Looks like Robin's best score of the season is 4 at 22 off at 34 miles an hour. All right, Robin Harwood just ran 34 miles an hour, 15 off, so we should be shortening the rope up to 22 off. It looks like she ran 3 at 22 off, 34 miles an hour at the Western Regionals. All right, 22 off here for Robin. Turns in pretty strong. A little bit of slack at the gate. Shouldn't bother her too much. A little bit slow off of 2 and gets outside of 3. So that'll be 3 at 22 off. 34 miles an hour. Take a look there. She turned in with a little bit of slack. You see the hands get away from her, so she breaks at the waist just a touch over the waist. Now here going to 2, she's got her shoulders and her hips pointed straight to the buoy. Same thing there. She's not really trying to point that ski tip in front of the buoy to create space, so she's kind of getting pulled down the lake. But still, 3 at 22 off, 34 miles an hour. That will put her into the lead, right in front of Carly Stinger. So great skiing there for Robin and guaranteeing herself a medal here in this women's 3 slalom event. She can get no worse than 5th. And we get that boat back down to the dock, and we will grab our next skier in this event, and it should be Jody Barrett. She is your 4th seeded skier in this event. All right, and we are starting at 32 miles an hour, 15 off here for Jody. All right, and I see Jody is from California. If I'm not mistaken, I met Jody yesterday. I believe she lives on one of the first lakes here on this line of 8 lakes here in Bakersfield, California. So she is probably pretty used to this site. See what she looks like as she comes in here for pass number 1. Really good looking style. I'll tell you the one thing that I noticed just off the bat, she really turns her head when she wants to start that turn, and that is something that I think when my skiing goes really bad or goes downhill, that's the first thing that I go and make sure that I'm doing that. I'm trying to get my eyes ahead, look ahead where we're going. That kind of gets your upper body and your hips to start rotating as well, and it kind of makes you relax and not slam so much. If you wait and you look at the buoy until it gets to your feet, all the way by it, you try to slam the turn all at one spot, and that a lot of the times you see skiers drop their shoulder and get dumped over. But Jody Barrett looking really good on this opening pass. Now we're taking a look here at some previous scores for her. Looks like she's got a best score of 5 at 28 off, 34 miles an hour. So great skiing there. She ran 1.5 at 22 off at the regionals. So we'll be looking to try to get her through that 22 off pass. That would be pretty awesome. All right, here we go. We've got Jody Barrett on the water coming back in. 34 miles an hour. I believe this is 15 off. Looking nice and strong out here. Round in 5. Over to 6. And there you go. That's 2 passes in the bag for Jody Barrett. Take a look. Look at the way she turns in at the gate. I do really like the way she rolls in. She doesn't go too hard to start. Then really gets those hands across her body, so she creates so much space going to the buoy. She's looking really good on that Conley water ski. Again, you see how early she is at the buoy. Now here she does get a bit separated into 4, so she's moving a little down course, but gets a big strong pull over there to 5 to stay on top of that pass. And strong skiing here out of our 4th seeded skier, Jody Barrett. Okay, here we go. This is 22 off. This is Jody Barrett out of California, your 4th seeded skier, looking to take the lead here. She's got to get more than 3. Good looking 1 here. What can she do off of 2? Nice looking 2 over to 3. Gets the turn on 3, goes to 4. That is your new lead. Can she get through the whole pass? Big turn on 5, got to pull to 6. Throws the ski, and oh my gosh, we got a reverse hand drag there out of our women's 3 competitors. I don't know if she watched a lot of the open men's, the guys to start, but she took some notes and putting some steez to her skiing. You know what they say around here, it ain't easy being steezy. And here comes Jody Barrett looking pretty good through this pass. Now look at that turn off of 2, really good. Again, talking about how good across course angles she creates. She does a great job going out of there. She gets separated into 4, so she's running with the boat. But big pull over here to 5. And let's see that reach here. And look at her, the reverse hand drag. That is steezy. I know those are fun. I love seeing it when the skiers feel comfortable to let go and reverse hand drag. And I think she was happy to make it through that pass. And I'll tell you, it's tough to do that at one of your hardest passes on the season here at the Nationals, but she is feeling nice and comfortable. She is your new leader. Now, we know she's been to 28 off quite a bit this season, has gotten to 5, so if she could get here, she's got a little bit of a headwind to help her out. Maybe we can run it and get into 32 off for the first time this year. See if she rolls in, loses a little bit of speed at the gate. Going to have to work pretty hard here at 1. Big turn at 1. Get over here to 2. Nice turn out of 2. Down course out of 3. Can she get a big pull to 4? Gets a pull to 4. And there you go. That's going to be 4 at 28 off. Your new leader, Jody Barrett. So great skiing out of Jody. Right there, pretty close to her best score of the season. Now watch, she rolls in a little early there at the gate, so loses a little width. So causing her to make her feel like she had to slam this turn because she wasn't as wide. Now there you see that angle to 2 wasn't as good as we've been seeing at 22 off. And here is where she starts to really let the hands get away. So running with the boat there. Brings the handle to the inside hip. And now here she's really separated. and there really wasn't any way she could make a turn there. So smart decision not to try to turn, but to get around the buoy, get back to the wakes, get a full 4, and push that lead out for your last 3 skiers in this women's 3 slalom event. But that is a huge score of 4 at 28 off. All right, we are moving rapidly through our last 3 skiers here in this women's 3 slalom event. And next up on the water at 32 miles an hour, 22 off, is Laura Rooden. All right, 22 off, 32 miles an hour. This is Laura Rooden coming in, women's 3 slalom. She is your 3rd seeded skier. See what she's got. She's rounded 2 over to 3. We are at the 82nd Goode Water Ski National Championships. This is day 5. This is the last day. This is the second to last event of the day. And this is your 3rd seed skier. And that was a successful opening pass there for Laura. All right, Laura, another skier here out of California. I've only seen a couple of skiers that were not here from California so far in this women's 3 slalom event. But Laura able to run 28 off. She's got several scores into that 13 meters or 32 off pass, so we'll have to see if she can get through these first couple passes and get there and have a chance to run 28. But that right there was 32 miles an hour, 22 off. So we should be speeding the boat up to 34, the max speed for these women's 3 skiers. All right, here we go. Laura Rooden coming in, 22 off, 34 miles an hour. Big 1 ball there. Looking nice and strong on this pass. She looks more settled on this one than she did the first one. And that's a nice textbook looking 22 off pass for Laura. All right, we just saw that 22 off pass go down from your 3rd seeded skier, Laura Rooden. So we're going to go for pass number 3. It'll be 28 off. She needs to get more than 4 if she wants to take the lead. All right, Laura Rooden coming in. This is 28 off. The lead is 4, held by your last skier, Jody Barrett. Heavy pull out there at the gate, so she kind of stood up heavy. Let's see if it gets her here at 1 and 2. 1 was pretty good. What does 2 look like? A little slow. That's a part of the gate, but still managing it pretty well. Gets the 4. Can she get outside of 5? She does. Can she get outside of 6? Yes, she does. So there you go. Your first women's 3 skier through 28 off. That's Laura Rooden. So she is your leader and has another pass to come, trying to push this lead out further for your top 2 skiers. right, we see this replay here. Laura really getting through, having to work a little bit hard here to 6, but making a good job of that 28 off pass. All right, here we go. Laura Rooden. This is 32 off. She is your leader. She is the third seeded skier in this event. So we've got 2 more left after this. She is trying to push the score out and make it huge for these last 2 skiers. Let's see what she's got. She pulls out the gate. She's got the headwind to help her out a little unsettled at the gate, but rolls through 1, over to 2. Can she get a turn on 2? She does. Pulls to 3, throws the ski, gets around 3, and there you go. That ties her season's best, 3 at 32 off. She ought to be happy with that, putting her into the lead. And that is a massive score for our last 2 skiers to have to beat. Let's take a look here at the replay. Didn't fully extend her arm, so had to check up a little bit there on 1, and then having to take a double pull because when you don't extend the arm, you can't rotate. You can't rotate your hips as well when you don't extend your arm, so you don't get the ski all the way turned. So taking a narrow look into 2, but getting around 2 outside of 3. So 3 at 32 off there for Laura Rooden will put her into the lead. All right, here we go. We've got our top 2 skiers left in this women's 3 slalom event, and this is Tiara Blackwood on the water, coming in this pass and making it through 5 over to 6, and nice opening pass there for Tiara. All right, we've got Tiara Blackwood on the water. Here she comes around the turn island. This is 28 off. So got to run this. She wants to challenge for the lead. Big 1 ball there. Let's see what she's got on 2. Nice looking turn on 2. That wind's helping her out here, slowing her down at the turns, allowing her to make a big turn. There she goes. She's in 2nd place now and runs that pass. So that was 28 off. So we'll take a peek at the replay here. See that she's using that wind to her advantage. She's kind of coming in with some speed. Again, separated there, so she'll start getting a little narrow as we shorten the rope. But managing it good, getting through. There's a little safety check there off of 3. Brings that handle, that inside hip, kind of killing speed.
what their preference was. And they said, hey, always goes first. I think this is always telling me. That's always telling, hey, this is always telling. This should always be telling, hey. We're on the 5 on the first day.
All right, Tierra Blackwood coming in. This is 32 off. The lead is 3. She's got a bit of a tailwind here. Let's see what she can get as she rolls in at the gate. Comes through. Big turn on 1. A little slow off of 1 ball. Now she's going to have to work to get over here to 3. Throws the ski outside of 3. And there we go. We have got a tie for the lead. So there will be a runoff. We are going to have one more skier to see if that runoff is for first or if that runoff will be for second. But we are going to get some free skiing here in this women's 3 slalom event. All right, we are down to our top seed in this women's 3 slalom event. Skiing out of Alabama, Roll Tide. This is Jasmine Gagner. So we will see what we can get her in, what we're going to have her starting at. But it looks like she's got several scores into 35 off. So looking forward to seeing her get on the water. I think she'll get through that 28 off pass, be able to challenge for this lead. All right, here we go. We got Jasmine Gagner on the water. Opening pass, 22 off, 34 miles an hour. Rocking those stylish shades out there while she's skiing. And looking good on her ski. She's your top seed. And there you go. Nice opening pass for Jasmine. All right, we see here on the replay, Jasmine Gagner coming through this pass, working her way through it, and doing a good job there. Now we're going to get her through. We're going to see her shorten the rope up, bring her in 28 off. All right, here we go. Jasmine Gagner coming in. This should be 28 off, 14 meters. She's a little narrow there on that gate turn in, so going to have to work to get some speed and get width, but did a very good job on her pull there to 2, so not bothering her at all. We see her get over to 5, nice and early to 6, and there you go. Another 28 off in the books. All right, we just saw Jasmine Gagner running 28 off. So we are going to bring her back in. 32 off. We know there is a tie at 3, and that is for the lead right now. All right, Jasmine Gagner coming in, 32 off. This is for all the marbles. She knows she's got to get more than 3 if she wants to take the win outright here. Got a tailwind. Let's see what she's got as she rounds 1. Big turn on 1. Can she get a good play on 2? Makes a play on 2. The handle is high. Gets a turn on 3. Is she going to go to 4? Yes, she is. There you go. Women's 3 slalom champion, Jasmine Gagner. She'll be happy with that, and a big roll tide to all the Alabama fans that are watching her right now. Take a look here at the replay. Really hits the gate really good. Went a little heavier than I'd like to see her start, and that's what's going to cause her to have all that rope come up at her at 2. That was all from how heavy she hit the gate, but managing the rope well, pulling over to 3, realizes she can make a turn, and now she's going to go to 4. Get the ski outside of 4, and there you go. She is your national champion, and that is another fist pump in this women's 3 slalom event. We love to see it. Well, that was women's 3 slalom. That was awesome. We do have some free skiing in this one, so we're going to have a runoff for 2nd and 3rd place between Tiara Blackwood and Laura Rooden. But congratulations to Jasmine Gagner. And we'll take a quick commercial break, and we will be right back after this.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
All right, we are here with that runoff between Tiara Blackwood and Laura Rooden in this women's 3 slalom event. Waiting to hear which skier will be going first. But they both tied with 3 at 32 off, so that means they will both go out 28 off, cold off the dock. It sounds like Tiara Blackwood will be your first skier. So this will be 28 off, cold off the dock. And this is a runoff for second place. So we are trying to figure out who is taking home that silver medal. See what Tiara Blackwood has. 28 off here in the tailwind coming from the dock. Big turn on one. Looking good over to a little bit handle high out of 2, but still managing it pretty good as we get to 5 ball and over to 6. And there you go. The first of our 2 skiers makes it through that 28 off pass. All right, let's take a look here at the replay. Kind of leaves her feet a little bit behind her at the gate. I think that's what made her the hands come high at 2. So when you leave your feet behind you, that's also kind of what I'd call going a little heavy. She left her feet behind her. So there you see she had to eat up a little bit of that. Didn't get the good swing that she would like as a lefty. Now they're going to 4. She let those hands get really, really high, and that ski bounced up on her. But managing it through, not pushing too hard at 5 ball. Gets around it, gets over to 6. So now giving herself a chance to try 32 off again and push her score out and take home this silver medal from Laura Rooden, who will have to go out after her and start with a cold 28 off and run whatever score she runs. She'll have to beat it. All right, here we go. 32 off for Tiara Blackwood. She's got the headwind, so it's going to help her. Let's see if she can get a good start here. Big 1 ball over to 2. Oh, and blowing the tail just a little bit in that turn and popping the handle. That's going to be 1.5 at 32 off, and she doesn't really know what happened to her. Kind of threw her hands up, but that'll be 1.5 at 32 off. That'll be the score to beat. See, big 1 there. See what happens to her, too. See how far the hands get away from her, so that makes that ski start to run. And as it starts to push back, it bites really hard, and she was unable to hold on to it. So, still good skiing to make it here tied for second. We're going to have to see what Laura Rooden has in store for us. So Tiara skied after Laura did in the original rounds. So Laura has had the longer time off. So she is going to have a more cold 28 off the dock, and we'll see if she'll be able to get through it here as they pick her up, and they will bring her around that turn island. All right, here we go. Laura Rooden, 28 off. This is cold. Now, standing up a little bit hard on the gate when she was gliding, so the ski went out from under her a little early. See it catch her there at 2 ball because of it. She gets around 5, so she's going to also get through that cold 28 off pass, so she's going to have a chance to try to take this silver medal home. She now knows she's got to get a full 2. So you see there, she's got a little loose line at the gate. That's because she's standing up a little bit hard. I think she's letting her hands get a little high as she stands up at the gate. Keep them low on her hip. And then that's what you see right there. That's why she gets that slow turn. Especially as a lefty, the gates really show up at 2 ball. But here she goes, gets a pretty good turn. You see where she brings her hands back into her hips right there, and she gets a really efficient exit off of 4, putting her on top of that pass. And then now she's early into 6 ball. So great job there for Laura. and now she's going to get to try 32 off. She has a headwind here, so knows she's got to get through the gates around 1 and just basically has to get her ski outside of 2 and stand up for the silver medal. Okay, here we go. This is Laura Rooden. She's a runoff for silver medal. See if she can get out of 1 and get that full 2 to take home this silver medal. Big 1. I think she's going to get it. Doesn't need a big turn there. There's 2. Going to pull over to 3. And, yep, there she has it. Laura Rooden is your silver medalist. So congratulations, Jasmine Gagner. She is your women's 3 slalom champion, followed by silver place medalist Laura Rooden. Tiara Blackwood will take home 3rd place. Then Jody Barrett taking home 4th, and Robin Harwood rounding out the top 5 as we see the replay there of that 32, getting 2 buoys, securing her silver medal, and great skiing from these women today in this women's 3 slalom event. Well, I'm Zane Nicholson. I am your announcer. I've been your announcer for the week. I hope you have had fun hanging out with us. Don't go anywhere. We have the last slalom event of this year's Nationals coming up. It'll be women's 2 slalom. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a bunch of big names in this field of 9 skiers. So don't go anywhere. Come back and hang out with us for the last hour and a half of this event. And we will take a quick commercial break, but when we get back, we'll be with women's 2 slalom right after this.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights! Let's go.
You don't protect your car like a boat, so why protect your boat like a car? You need Ski Safe. Insurance for boaters, from boaters. For decades, we've protected boats, jet skis, and nothing else. So we know how to save you money. And with a history of safe boating, you'll save even more. Ski Safe. 1-800-225-6560.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, we are back, and this is the last event of the Slalom Lake for the year, and it is Women's 2 Slalom. They might have saved the best for last, and we are here. We're going to find out, and we are getting ready to roll through this Women's 2 Slalom event. Looks like we have 9 skiers, and right now off the water to start us off is Amelia Horton. So waiting to get a confirmation on what line length she is starting at. So she is starting at 34 miles an hour, 28 off. So we will get a replay of that first pass here in just a second. All right, let's see. Amelia Horton coming in. Pass number 1. Let's see her there. Okay, and so I'm getting confirmation that it sounds like she... Okay, so she skied open in another event earlier this week, but she is skiing here just to compete in the overall event. So this score will not count for placement, but it will count for her overall score. All right, here we go. Amelia Horton, 32 off. Skiing through, big one ball there. See what she's got. She makes a play on 2. Now she's cooking pretty good there. Oh, a little bit of a hitch off of 3. Makes her way around 5 and gets through this 32 off pass. So Amelia Horton, an alumni of the University of Louisiana at Monroe. It's where she met her husband, Taylor Horton. So it's nice to see the Warhawk alum here competing, originally from Finland, but has lived in the States long enough and not skied outside of the States, so able to compete in this event. As we see the replay here of her 32 off, a little bit of a heavy one ball there. You see she kind of drops her shoulders and then gives to the boat going to 2. But then really strong going to 3. Gets a little hitch. You see she brings that hand to the inside hip, which causes that ski to check up on her. But then she gets through the rest of the pass, and there was a nice looking pass there for Amelia Horton. All right, we've got 35 off here for Amelia Horton. Slammed one ball just like she did at 32 off, but was unable to hang on to that one. So that'll be a half at 35 off for Amelia Horton's overall score. All right, we are rolling through this women's 2 slalom event. We just saw our first skier off the dock, Amelia Horton, competing in this overall event, so that score will not count for placement here against the rest of these ladies. So our last 8 slalom skiers will be coming up here shortly. But we are rolling on with our first skier that is skiing for placement here in this women's 2 slalom event. This is Amy Hartwell. All right, let's see what Amy's got here as we pull out. I'm not sure what speed that is, but that is a little bit slower than the max speed here. But Amy coming through. Nice job on these two-handed turns. Really see a lot of skiers like to get to that one-handed turn. I am a big fan of the two-handed turn. I think it helps teach you to stay still and get you in a better position to pull. I think the pull is the most important part of the water ski course. The pull makes the turn happen. So that is pretty strong job there for Amy Hartwell. Take a look here at the replay while we're watching it. So gets through the wakes here, and then when she comes into reach, I'd like to see her pick her. I'd like to see her pick her hands up higher, like pick them up, get them level with her shoulders, so then she can bring them back into the outside hip. She does get it right there, but because she doesn't pick them up, she has to drop that shoulder. A little bit of a heavy load, but yeah, she's looking really strong. So you see, I said she has 2 hands on. There's not a lot of upper body movement. So when she goes behind the boat, you'll see she's pretty strong with the upper body, and she won't break over at the waist nearly as much as some of the other skiers that we've seen today. We see some people that break at the waist really bad but can run into 32 off. So as she's learning the ski course and getting better, this will, teach her rope control, teach her how to get the ski to turn. And so whoever's been working with her, with Amy Hartwell, I think you're doing a great job. And Amy, keep doing what you're doing. All right, so she just ran 21 miles an hour. So this is 23 miles an hour. And let's see what she's got through the gates. Big pull, so gets a good turn. She picked her hands up pretty good there, actually, if I'm being honest. Now there, not so much, so she kind of has to get a little heavy on the turn. Now we're kind of running with the boat, but she's still doing all right. She's got a bit of a headwind to slow her down, so pulling really hard, getting separated there at 5. Thinks she got outside of 5. Can she get outside of 6? It looks like it. So there we go. That's a second pass there for Amy Hartwell. Amy skiing out of California. So you see her come through really good through the gates. See, she picks those hands up and then brings them back down. She could bring them all the way to that outside hip. That just helps that ski turn. Want to pick it up and then go back down. Kind of give your knees a little bit of a pop. You don't want to squat, but just a little pop of the knees. And then that will keep her from running with the boat there. Let's see if she gets outside of this 5 ball. She was really working for it. She was a little down course. See, not picking those hands up, so the turn is a little slower. And she comes up. See how heavy she unloads those arms. And she unloads her arms really heavy coming behind the boat. And you see that ski kind of bounce on her, but look really close at 5. We'll hope to see the judges give it to her. So I'm not sure what we've got going on here. If there was the judges are reviewing that 5 ball, or if So it sounds like she missed the get up, but there was something with the boat driving that was a driver error. So she's getting a re-ride because the boat driver made a mistake. So that is a big help to her after missing that get up. But she just ran 23 miles an hour, so we'll be speeding her back up and bringing her in at 25. All right, here we go. Amy Hartwell coming in. This is 25 miles an hour, 24.9. She rolls in through these gates. Big pull. See, now not picking those hands up nearly as much now as she was on those first couple, so you'll start seeing her kind of having to drop that shoulder, and she won't get as good of a turn. Oh, no, and just letting the hands get away from her there as she's going to 4. So watch her here, watch your hands. She doesn't let them fully go out, doesn't get them fully extended, which then makes her not get all the way turned. So she drops her shoulder. Now she's skiing towards the buoy and skis a little past that one. So I'd like to see her start trying to turn her hips a little bit more, turn her body across course as she's going across course, and create a lot of space there so she can have plenty of time to make that turn. But glad to see that she's okay, and she is your first skier on the water competing for placement. So that'll be 3 at 25 miles an hour there for Amy Hartwell out of California. All right, we are moving along to our next skier in this event. It is Carolee Smith, and she is starting at 28 miles an hour, 15 off. All right, Carolee Smith coming in. This is 22 off. All right, looking good as she's coming around 3 over to 4. All right, so this is 22 off, 28 miles an hour for Carolee Smith. And that is a successful 6 buoys there for her as she makes her way through that pass. Take a look at some past scores for her. As we see that beautiful ski nautique dropping her down at the end. We're going to let her catch her breath, and we're going to speed that boat up and bring her in. It should be 30 miles an hour, 22 off when she returns. All right, we got Carolee Smith coming in. This will be 22 off, 30 miles an hour. She cuts her way through. Big turn on 1, rocking over to 2. Ski looks a little bit better sitting in the water here as we've sped the boat up. And there you go, solid looking second pass there at 22 off, 30 miles an hour for your skier, Carolee Smith. All right, we just saw 22 off, 30 miles an hour for Carolee Smith. So we're going to speed that boat up and bring her back around. It will be 32 miles an hour when we get her up here. All right, Carolee Smith, this is 22 off, 32 miles an hour. She's been looking great on these first 2 passes. Let's see what she's got here. Attacking 1 ball, big turn. You see where she gets those hands in at the hips. Getting her really good. Getting separated in at 3, though, so getting pulled down the course. Can she get across the wakes and back to 5? And that is all she rode, so that'll be 4 at 32 miles an hour, 22 off there for the Tennessee skier, Miss Carolee Smith.
Hey guys, first and foremost, I want to say huge thanks to TWBC, Zane, Tony, Jeremy, Vince, everybody who's made this webcast insane. Alec Doman right here, Dominator, he won the syndicate in it to win it prize. It was a close race. Also, Julie Mishler, the Olympic hopeful, we're going to give her a syndicate as well, but I want to present this 67 Works 02 to Alec. Congrats, buddy. That was awesome. Thank you all for playing along with us. And thanks to TWBC for making this webcast and this nationals really special.
Yeah, well, congratulations, dude. That ski is awesome. I got on one about a week ago, and I have been loving it. So I bet you are going to love it yourself. You will crush it. Good deal, man. Well, good luck on that thing. And thank you, Marcus, for coming up here. All right, well, we are rolling along through this women's 2 slalom event. We have got our next skier in the water, and it should be Miss Mariah Fields. And this should be 32 miles an hour, 22 off for Mariah as we get her hooked up to the boat and bring her into this pass. All right, we have got Mariah Fields on the water right now. This is women's 2 slalom. We have 5 more skiers left after this skier. So we're getting ready to figure out who's getting a medal and who's going to go home empty-handed. I'm pretty sure Mariah Fields has already got herself at least 1 medal here at this Nationals. Looking to add to it. So looking at the results, it looks like Mariah Fields got 5th place in women's 2 trick. And she won your women's 2 jump event with a jump of 137 feet or 41.7 meters. So really known for her jump skiing, but we've got her here in this slalom competition. Super strong overall competitor. We'll have to see how those results end up for her as we're getting down to her last event here, the slalom event. But this should be 34 miles an hour, 22 off, as we bring Mariah Fields back in to the course for her second pass. All right, here she goes. 34 miles an hour, 22 off. The wind is picking up. There's a big gust down the lake. Getting pilled up at 2 and losing the handle there. So not going to be super stoked with that start. Maybe when that wind blew up, she got some dust in her eyes. I don't know. That's what it looks like. But here, gets through the gates, and you start seeing the wind come down the water right there. So catches her here at 1. She's a little slow. And now when she pulls, it stands her up at 2, lets her hands get away, and dumps her shoulders and is unable to make that turn. So going down a bit early, 34 miles an hour, 22 off there for Mariah Fields. So now we have got 5 more skiers left. We're going to figure out where we're going to figure out who's getting a medal and who's going home empty-handed. We're just seeing helicopters fly around the desert. Haven't seen a whole lot of that, a whole lot of anything out here in this oasis. All right, our next skier going out at 32 miles an hour, 22 off. All right, this is Emily Dameyer coming in. This is 32 miles an hour, 22 off. Now this wind is picking up, blowing off of the dock down the lake, so this is a tailwind pass for Emily. We'll see if that catches up to her. And it doesn't look as strong on the water as it is off of the water. It's really blowing down the lake, so could be giving our skiers a little bit of trouble. It might gust up here and there like it did for Mariah Fields and, put her in the drink. So take a look here at the replay. Again, this is 32 miles an hour, 22 off for Emily Dameyer. Right now, your lead is Mariah Fields sitting in first place with 1.5 at 34 miles an hour, 22 off. All right, Emily Dameyer coming back in. This will be 34 miles an hour, 22 off. All right, here we go. We've got Emily Dameyer coming in. That is pass number 2. 34 miles an hour. So this is the max speed for this women's 2 slalom event. Looking pretty good as she's pulling to 5. She's going to have to work to get over here to 6, throwing the ski out there, and I don't think she got outside of it. I'm not sure, so we'll have to wait and see what she got, but I think it's going to be 5 at 22 off, 34 miles an hour. Take a look. I thought that was a pretty strong one ball there. She makes her way into two, kind of letting her hands go a little bit low there into two balls, so not allowing her to kind of rotate as well as I would like to see. But she looks pretty good here. It's off of 4, going to 5 is where she gets into trouble. See that angle she takes? She's just pointing straight to 5 with her shoulders. The ski is pointed directly at 5 ball, and that's what made her go late. You got to think about turning your hips, turning your shoulders a little bit more to go straight across course so that you create space and give yourself room to make that turn. So, taking a look here, that does mean that Emily Dameyer is guaranteed a medal here with 5 at 34 miles an hour, 22 off. Okay, we are moving along. This is our next skier, Amelia Vaughn. We saw her husband, Corey, take home the win in the open men's slalom event yesterday. And now Amelia looking to get out there and maybe bring herself home a gold medal as well. That wind is really kicking up here in the desert as we are running down to our last 4 skiers of this competition. It could be giving people some trouble if some of these skiers aren't used to skiing in that wind. But right now we see Amelia Vaughn. See Amelia Vaughn running her opening pass, looking smooth as she gets through it. I believe she started at 32 miles an hour. All right, so she started at 32 miles an hour, 22 off, so this should be 22 off, 34 miles an hour. The max speed for this women's 2 slalom event. It looks like currently in the lead, there is 5 at 22 off at this pass. So let's see what Amelia's got as we bring her in for pass number 2. Get around 1, over to 2. Looking really strong. Kind of drops her shoulders a little bit at 3, but rocking around 4. Can she make it over to 5? Now she's nice and early there. Got a good turn off of 4, good pull to 5, and solid looking 22 off pass, and that will put her into the lead. All right, as we see Amelia there coming through the gates, really getting turned there. I'd like to see her turn just a little bit more into that first wake. Get that ski moving a little bit quicker, creating a little bit of space would really help her out in that headwind. But she's managing this pass, knows she had to run this if she wanted to take the lead. And now she's going to get to try 28 off. All right, this wind is really kicking up. All right, Amelia has a season's best of 5 at 13. Sorry, so 5 at 32 off. Let's see what she's got here. This is 28 off, so she can run this one. Gets a good start there, a 1. Just needs to relax here, not push too hard in this tailwind. That was really good off of 3, going to 4. Come on, Amelia, get your ski outside of 5. Can she get outside of 6? Big hard pull, throws the ski, and there you go. Amelia Vaughn gets through 28 off. So great job on this 28 off pass. Take a look at the replay. Nice turn there out of 2. That was a solid start there. And then here, a little bit of a narrow approach into 4. Didn't quite get fully turned, but gets outside of 5. Makes a big pull, big strong pull to 6. See how separated she is there. So having trouble getting there, but did make it there. And out the gate. So now she's going to get to try 32 off. She does have a headwind here, which will be big, so it'll slow her down at the turn. She's going to have to be strong to get out there. Then it'll slow her down, kind of eat up some of that slack rope if she would have any. Okay, here we go. 32 off, Amelia Vaughn. Out wide on that boat. Let's see what she can do as she rolls in here. Big turn on 1. Let's see, can she make a play on 2? Come, Amelia. Turn 2. Good job there. Let's see if she can crack the turn at 3. And just a little bit disappointed with that, I believe. No, she's happy with it. There you go. So she is happy. Happy to have gotten to 3. Got her outside. So I thought it was a really good start. Take a look here. She comes in. She brings her hands into her body, but there, she needs to start turning a little bit more. Keep turning. Keep trying to create a little more space with where that ski tip is pointing. But she did phenomenal job getting that ski to turn, and there you go. She's happy with that. That's 2.5 at 32 off. That'll be pushing the lead out here. She is your new leader with 3 skiers left, so... And this wind is going to be giving our skiers fits. I do believe it's starting to change a little bit into a straight crosswind blowing from the dock towards the other side of the lake. So, again, something to keep an eye out for as we're getting here to the end of this competition. All right, we are up and moving. It's our next skier on the water. This is Jay Morris. So this should be 22 off, 34 miles an hour for Jay. Coming in looking pretty good. Letting that wind blow her just a touch, but not letting it freak her out, not making her do too much. So getting through that pass, and we should be shortening the rope up to 28 off on this next pass. All right, we are seeing Jay Morris make her way through this opening pass. This is the replay of the 22 off pass that she started with. And looking really smooth. So we're now going to speed the boat up. That wind has started to kind of turn around, so it's kind of blowing a straight crosswind. All right, here we go. Jay Morris coming in, 28 off. She needs to run this if she wants to challenge the lead of Amelia Vaughn, who just ran 2.5. And let's see, Jay looking good here. Rounding 5 over to 6. So now going to take a crack at 32 off here. All right, we hear some cheering over there on the bank, so there must be a lot of people excited for Jay. I know she's one of these overall skiers, so looking to put out a big score to compete in this overall event. This is the last event that they are in. And that was 28 off here on the replay, so good skiing there from Jay. So Jay skis out of California. Looks like she's got several scores of 5 at 32 off, so capable of taking this lead. She ran 2.5 at 32 off at the Western Regionals this year, so would need to get that plus a half a buoy if she wants to take over the lead. But this is 32 off. See what she's got. Coming in. Can she get a good one? Good turn at 1. Gets a little pulled up going to 2. Makes the turn on 2. Over to 3. There's a 3. She gets a full 3. Now around 4. So she is your leader trying to run 32 off. And there you go. Not able to get outside of 5. But good skiing there. That would be 4 at 32 off there for Jay Morris with 2 skiers left. Take a look at the replay here. This was an awesome one, I thought. Now watch here the hands. See how her hands get away from her hips, so it starts to bring that upper body into a crushing position. Now she's kind of disconnected there and squatting. So needs to be more conscious of where those hands go as they come back to her body, but still great job to take the lead, almost make it through that 32 off pass, and put out a big score for our last 2 skiers in this competition.
The only thing I can think of is they're waiting, if it opens the next group, they're waiting to start it, because this is almost over. I don't know. We're not on that channel, so I don't know.
Okay.
All right, we are in the last event of the day. This is Women's 2 Slalom. We are in our last 2 skiers of this competition. Make sure you like and subscribe the TWBC YouTube channel. That way you will know every time we go live and be a part of all the action that we have left this season. Don't want to miss any of the action. We haven't missed any of the action here at the 82nd Goode U.S. Waterski Nationals here in Bakersfield. But right now, we are got our next skier on the water. It is Kate Lemke. And this is 22 off. So, oh no, Kate going down really early there. That is unexpected. Yeah, now that was unfortunate there for Kate. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe we can see the replay because I mean, there is a little bit of wind, but I mean, she turned in really good here at the gate. I thought she did let the ski tip jump on her a little bit through the wakes, but right here, she just pulls in with her arms, so she starts running with the boat, and she did. She tried to grab too much for that 22 off pass, and that rope just a little too long, not able to get that speed and allow that ski to go, and so falling down early there. So that was not expected from our second seeded skier there. And I am Zane Nicholson. I am your announcer, so we should have, I believe, one more skier on the water, and it is your last skier of the slalom event this year. And we have had tons of slalom all week long, and we might have saved the best for last. We will have to see. We have got Sarah Schwinhofer from Michigan on the water. Looks like she ran 4.5 at 35 off. She looks like she ran 4.5 at 35 off at the Midwest Regionals, and she will be coming in at 34 miles an hour, 28 off. All right, let's see what Sarah's got as we bring her in for this 28 off pass. All right, here she comes in, pass number 1. Big turn on 1. Looking good as she rounds 2. And this is a strong opening pass here for Sarah, the Midwest skier, and your top seed in this women's 2 slalom event. All right, we just saw 28 off, so now we'll be shortening the rope up and bringing her back in at 32 off as we see the replay here. Rolling in, attacking that gate, being really strong. And you see how early she is as she comes around 2 ball. Makes a big turn there at 3. So this is just a nice warm-up pass for her, but looking good out there as she makes her way through this opening pass. So now we're going to get her to 32 off. This is the money pass. She's going to have to get more than 4 if she wants to take the lead. All right, here we go, 32 off. This is Sarah from Michigan coming in, big 1 ball. Looking good off of 2, so she's going to make a play 3 here. Needs to get a full 4 for the win. Gets over there, gets around 5, so she is your women's 2 slalom champion. Around 6 and out the gates. So great skiing. We're going to get to take a look at 35 off. And look at this replay as we see Sarah Schweihofer go through this pass and get her win. I'm sorry if I botched your last name. It has been a long week, but congratulations to you. We're looking forward to seeing you come back in at 12 meters, 35 off. Want to see you get down this line length. Like I said, she has a score of a best score of 4.5 at 35 off this season. So let's see if maybe she can get a good start here, get really rotated at the gates, and maybe see her get through 35 off for the first time this season. All right, this is your women's 2 slalom champion. This is just a victory lap to see how well she will finish up in this slalom event. Kind of a heavy turn there at 1. Rocking the turn off 1, though. Can she get a big turn at 2? And, yeah, that gate was just a little too heavy to allow her to make the turn there. She gives the wave. She is okay. And we'll take a look at the replay. See right there, she just kind of hits that gate a little too hard, causing her over here on this offside turn to not be able to get through that. So congratulations to all of your women's 2 skiers. Sarah Schweihoffer is your winner. Your second place medal goes to Jay Morris. Amelia Vaughn taking home 3rd. Emily Dameyer taking home 4th, and I believe Mariah Fields is your 5th place person. So I'm Zane Nicholson. I have been your announcer all week. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as I have. It has been a great time. Tons of slalom. I hope maybe we learned a little bit. We have been at the 82nd Goode Water Ski National Championships. Until next year, I can't wait. It's been a lot of fun. Make sure you like and subscribe to YouTube, TWBC YouTube page, so you keep up with all of the rest of the year's action. And we'd like to thank Pentalago. Make sure you check out Pentalago.com. They have been helping us out with the broadcast. And we had a great time. Thank you guys so much for watching. Again, I am Zane Nicholson. I've had a blast with you guys. And right now on Lake 2, we'll have to leave it at ciao for now.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.